Okay, great. Then I think I will give it over to Stephanie.
Yeah, it's after lunch. So, I want to thank Dr. Steffi and Dr. Lee for taking the chance on me to do this right. So, I am Stephanie Walker. I am living with metastatic breast cancer, and as everyone or many of you have asked me, I am not lobular, but when I was asked to do this past, well, during June July part, I dove into trying to learn as much as I could about lobular. So I learned a lot, but obviously this conference has actually broadened my horizons for that. So what I'm here to do is to introduce you to women that are lobular patients and they want to tell you their story. And it's about diversity, equity, and inclusion and justice. So we have a little bit of everybody up here on the stage. And it would make my heart happy if that after this session, you contact or talk to these women about their stories and how they can help you through your journey as well. So my first person, and I'm not good with names. I'm a nurse. I don't know names. It was patient, room 31, bed 4. No, but anyway, the first speaker that you guys are going to hear from today is Dr. Catherine DeManuelis. She is a molecular cancer and environmental epidemiologist, and she's a faculty member also of the Cancer Epidemiology Prevention Program. Her research focuses on utilizing cancer registry data to explore socioeconomic, racial, and environmental disparities in cancer incidence and mortalities in Western Pennsylvania and the U.S. Also, she focuses on understanding the molecular mechanisms of how environmental exposures contribute to cancer risk at the population level. She is also the daughter of a breast cancer survivor of 25 years and is guided by her research mission to use data and design studies to improve cancer prevention, diagnosis, and prognosis for all. Dr. Kath.
So thank you for inviting me to present today. The purpose of my talk is to present the current epidemiology and extent of disparities of ILC in the US using a specialized database from the National Cancer Institute's Surveillance, Epidemiology, and SEER End Results Registry, also known as SEER. And so it's with this hope that we can use this information to guide both advocacy and research. And so ILC is the second most common type of breast cancer diagnosed in women, accounting for about 10% of the cases. No special type of, also known as NST in this talk, is the most common type of breast cancer diagnosed, accounting for about 75% of cases. ILC is more frequently diagnosed in postmenopausal women and more difficult to diagnose and detect with standard mammography. And so disparities related to the impact of race and ethnicity, urban-rural residents, and socioeconomic status on ILC incidence and survival have not been extensively examined. And so the overall goal of our analysis for this group is to evaluate the difference in ILC burden within these disparity groups and compare these to NST. And so we seek to examine several kind of measures, including the incidence, the trends in incidence, the age at diagnosis, and survival of ILC differ by these disparity groups and the extent to which these patterns differ from what we observe for NST. And so I thought I'd briefly give a short overview of the SEER registry. And so SEER actively ascertains cancer cases from 21 registries across the United States and engages in long-term follow-up of all of these cases. Its main goal is to provide epidemiologic information related to cancer incidence, survival, and disparities. And so I'm working with this, with the SEER 18 registry, which covers about 30% of the US population, or 100 million people. And these areas of the SEER, let me see if I can turn this on. Oh, there we go. The SEER registry are highlighted in the map on the right. And so the SEER 18 also includes a specialized database from 2006 to 2018 that reports census tract neighborhood level measures. And so these are kind of smaller areas where we can better identify. And these kind of measures include measures related to rurality using the rural urban commuting area codes, or the RUCA codes, and the neighborhood socioeconomic index. And this sort of includes information related to educational attainment, poverty, and other factors regarding the population residing in that census tract. It's important to note that with this specialized data set, we only have follow-up available through 2019. And so this here is an excellent data set to examine disparities in ILC, given the large number of cases and the representation of diverse populations across the United States. For this brief presentation, I will be presenting two types related to these disparities. The first is estrogen receptor positives, which accounts for about 80% of cases and includes almost all luminal A and B diagnoses in this registry. And this is kind of because this one has the most common targeted treatments. The second is triple negative breast cancer, which have the worst prognosis of all breast cancer types and are substantially more likely to be diagnosed in women with African ancestry. So based on the SEER data from this time period, we noticed that 12% of invasive breast cancer diagnoses were ILC, and the rate of ILC incidence is increasing by about 2% per year. Oh, okay, there we go. Yeah, and so we observed that triple negative cancer, that among the triple negative cancers, ILC diagnoses are very rare, with less than 900 cases being diagnosed during this time period. And so briefly, for the next few slides, I will present bar plots on the left, where we have the disparity factor stratified by NST and ILC, and the age-adjusted incidence on the y-axis. And then on the right-hand side, I present plots where I'm showing the 3-year periods on the x-axis and the age-adjusted incidence on the y-axis, and the colors correspond to the disparity factor. And so for those with ER-positive cancer, age-adjusted incidence of both NST and ILC were lower among all race and ethnicity groups compared to non-Hispanic whites. For those with ER-positive cancer, we also observed that ILC incidence has been significantly increasing over time. And the increase in ILC incidence is greater than the increase we observed for NST cancers over this time period. When we examine triple-negative breast cancer, the ILC incidence is about 25% higher for Blacks compared to non-Hispanic whites. And but it's important to note that for NST, the incidence is about 95% higher for non-Hispanic Black women compared to non-Hispanic white women. However, because it's so rare, we don't really observe any change in ILC incidence over time for cases that are triple negative. And so this disparity is highlighting neighborhood socioeconomic status. And so for estrogen receptor positive cancer, both NST and ILC incidence decreased as neighborhood socioeconomic status decreased. And notably, the magnitude of difference between quintile 5, which is the highest SES neighborhood, to quintile 1, we observed that for NST, it's about 32% lower. But for ILC, we notice that it's 52% lower, suggesting that there's quite a bit of disparity here. And likewise, we also observed that ILC incidence is increasing across all neighborhood socioeconomic statuses. And so ILC incidence for urban areas is about 23% lower in rural areas compared to urban areas, while NST incidence is about 15% lower in rural areas compared to urban areas. We also have observed that ILC incidence is increasing at a similar rate in both urban and rural areas, suggesting that these factors are similar. And so in this next slide, in this table, we present the mean age at diagnosis for NST and ILC stratified by estrogen receptor positive status and triple negative breast cancers. And so we observed that women with ILC are diagnosed at an older age compared to those with NST, and this difference is greater among those diagnosed with triple negative breast cancer, where we see approximately an 8-year difference between women with this type of breast cancer, while it's only 3 years for this type, for estrogen receptor positive. And yeah, and so while ILC is often considered a disease of older women, from the SEER data, about 22% of ILC cases occur in women under the age of 55, and compared to 31% in NST. And we notice that women belonging to a racial or ethnic minority group or residing in neighborhoods with higher SES have a younger age at ILC diagnosis, regardless, at ILC and NST diagnosis, regardless of what type of breast cancer they were diagnosed with. And so here we present plots of survival where we have years since diagnosis on the x-axis and the percent survival probability on the y-axis. And we observe that women with ILC are often, the colors here, the darker color corresponds to ILC, while the lighter shade kind of corresponds to NST, just as an orientation for the next few plots. And so we observed that ILC 5-year survival is lower than NST survival overall for both ER positive and triple negative cancers. And for ER positive cancers, we noticed that the ILC 5-year survival is lower than NST for all races and ethnicities when compared to non-Hispanic whites. And we also, for triple negative breast cancers, we observe a striking disparity in 5-year survival for Black women diagnosed with ILC, where their 5-year survival was 51% for ILC, but compared to 73% for NST. And so in this slide, we observe that for neighborhood socioeconomic status, and both ER positive cancers and triple negative cancers, that ILC survival decreases as neighborhood socioeconomic status decreases. So we notice this kind of disparity here. And so for women residing in rural areas, they also have a lower ILC survival compared to women residing in urban areas. And this is true for both ILC or triple negative and ER positive cancers. So in conclusion, ILC incidence is lower among racial and ethnic minorities and has been increasing at a similar rate across all racial and ethnic groups. And it's important to determine how much of these disparities may be due to biological risk or health-related disparities. The age at ILC diagnosis for younger women belonging to a racial or ethnic minority is younger especially for Hispanic and Asian American women. Breast cancer survival disparities persist among Black women diagnosed with ILC and NST, especially for those diagnosed with triple negative breast cancer. We also observed that neighborhood level factors related to urban-rural residents and socioeconomic status are also associated with ILC incidence and survival disparities, highlighting that there are likely geographic-based disparities related to access to care and diagnosis. And so I would like to welcome the next speakers and ILC patient advocates and join their discussion of diversity, equity, inclusion, and injustice in ILC treatment and advocacy. And I would also like to thank Neil Carlton and Dr. Steffi Atras and Dr. Rosenzweig for their support in preparing and reporting these results. So. Can
everyone hear me okay? Yep. It's taken me ages to decide what I was going to say today. I did it last night. That's why I didn't go on the boat trip. And I was trying to work out what the problem was. And I realized I was absolutely terrified. And so I want to say a huge thank you to Steffi and the organizing committee, because I know when something makes you terrified that you're going to speak about, it's because it's really important and it's changing barriers and it's moving things forward. So bear with me if I get a little bit wobbly on this. So I'm speaking as an out gay woman. I came out 35 years ago when I was 17. I've been really lucky. I've not dealt with huge amounts of homophobia. And I've been really lucky that I'm quite resilient. I find it quite funny sometimes when I shock people when they realize that I'm gay. But something changed when it came to lobular breast cancer. And I couldn't understand what was going on. I suddenly became terrified. I lost my courage. I lost my voice. I lost my ability to say who I was. It took me 5 years to get diagnosed with ILC. I first went to my GP in 2012 saying there's something wrong. And I went back for numerous mammograms. I had ultrasounds, I had biopsies. In 2014, I was diagnosed with pleomorphic LCIS, which was really interesting when we had the presentation yesterday that said if pleomorphic LCIS is there, then the invasive breast cancer is already there. And it wasn't until 2017 I was actually diagnosed. And they found a 1 centimeter tumor on mammogram. So for 5 years, I felt like partly I was going crazy because I was insisting there was something there, but I also felt incredibly unseen and unheard. And I think when I then decided to become an advocate, I couldn't find people who wanted to talk about lobular. And so I felt it was also similar sometimes about sexuality. It was a subject that nobody wanted to talk about and nobody wanted to engage in. And I think that's kind of part of the connection of why I really struggled. Some of the research around the LGBTQ plus community shows that we're much less inclined to go for screening. And when we find something that's wrong, we take longer to go and actually speak to clinicians. And it's suggesting that there's a lack of confidence that we may be heard, that our concerns may be taken seriously. And there's also potentially 2 additional risk factors with ILC and the LGBTQ plus community. And I have to hold my hand up, I fall into this. We do sometimes have a tendency to drink too much. And also we've got a lower parity, which is obviously we're less inclined to have as many children or any children. And there's a 50% lower incidence of gay and bisexual women having children, which potentially increases our risk of lobular. But I spoke to several people about that I was coming to do this talk about my sexuality at an ILC symposium, and they were like, okay, that sounds a bit strange. What's your sexuality got to do with you being a patient advocate for lobular? And it really came home that I was having a conversation with the women at Lobular Breast Cancer UK, all of them who are heterosexual, married women with children. And I mentioned sexuality, and they said to me, I would never mention my sexuality to my surgeon or my oncologist. Why on earth would that come up? And I said, okay, then. So when you go in to see a surgeon or any clinician, a nurse, and Pete, your husband, is with you, what do you say? And they're like, oh, this is Pete, my husband. And I said, what actually have you unconsciously suggested to that clinician about your sexuality? And they kind of went, oh, that I'm likely to be a heterosexual woman. And I said, yeah. I said, how many times have you gone into that room terrified about telling the clinician that Pete is your husband? And they said, never. And I said, and therein lies the difference. After 5 years of trying to be diagnosed with ILC, my surgeon, who was wonderful, left me in the room knowing that I was about to have a mastectomy in 2 weeks, which utterly freaked me out, and left me with the breast care nurse, a really lovely woman, and I was with my partner, Shell. The breast care nurse, with all good intention, said to me, isn't it wonderful when your friend comes along to support you? And I've had many years of understanding that she didn't mean special friend. She meant heterosexual girlfriend. So I was reeling from just being told after 5 years and not understanding that I was right all along. I wasn't going crazy. I had an invasive lobular breast cancer. But that went out the window. Now, in the most vulnerable state I'd ever been in, thinking, am I going to die? My concern was, do I correct this woman? Because my value is, I want to be my authentic self when I'm with my clinician. And my partner, who I know will be utterly falling apart, do I deny her existence, her importance to me in my relationship, and not say anything? So my whole focus switched from thinking about my breast cancer diagnosis to, am I allowed in this room, in this space, to be just me, just Claire, who just happens to have a woman who's my partner? And when I explain that to people, they kind of go, right. I've been really lucky throughout my diagnosis. I'm treated in Manchester in the UK, which I don't know if people know has got one of the kind of largest and most extravagant LGBTQ plus communities. We run what I would consider, we might have some arguments from New York and Chicago, the best pride event in the world. So what I want to kind of get across is that often it's not the explicit homophobia, it's the assumptions and the underlying opportunity to not allow people to be themselves and to give them space to say that's okay. I've never joined a support group because even though I was director of Europride, one of the largest pride organizations, I'm not afraid about being out. In my 30s, I was in a Lobular, I was in a lesbian breast cancer awareness campaign in my bra. It was only meant to be in the gay village. They didn't tell me it was going to be all over the whole of the city of me in a bra promoting breast cancer awareness. I'm not afraid of that, but something with a breast cancer diagnosis terrifies me. So I've never gone to a support group because I know I can't cope if I face just an iota of homophobia. The images that we see are so important as inviting people to be involved in trials, as patient advocates developing our groups. When I set up LBC UK, I knew it needed to be collaborative. So I put a call out on social media asking women to meet me. And we had our first meeting in London. And the one thing I was terrified about was, what happens when I come out? And what if they say, I don't want to be part of your organization? Which sounds ridiculous now because they're amazing and it wasn't even a question. But something with the vulnerability of a breast cancer diagnosis changes the certainty of who you are, your identity and your place in the world. So I ask everyone to think about the images you use and the way you kind of give people the opportunity to speak. There's also one element, I think, and I was chatting with one of the researchers about this today, who doesn't have children, is the hierarchy of grief. And how sometimes within the breast cancer campaigns, we get presented that it's the mums that are the most important. It's the mums with children. It'd be the saddest if something happens to them. And I think the memorial we had to Lee earlier shows it doesn't matter who you are. People will grieve us, whoever we are. None of us should be dying. None of us have a kind of a sadder death than anybody else. We should all be treated and respected exactly the same way. I'm going to lighten it a bit for the end. This is the start of a conversation. And I just wanted to say there's no black and white, there's no right and wrong. I ask everybody, clinicians, researchers, patient advocates, just be curious about people. Step up, ask people, say, I don't know what to say. If you upset people, that's okay, but start the conversations and give people the space to not make assumptions. I'll give you the brilliant assumption. I thought this was hilarious. So a nurse one time, I was talking about my partner. If anybody says partner, it's a really good hint that their partner might be a woman. So I said, my partner, and the nurse went, oh, what's your husband's name then? And I said, Michelle. And the nurse said, oh, he's French then, is he? And that is the end of my speech. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Okay. I'm Yen Lam. I'm happy to be here. I appreciate Steffi invited me to be part of the ILC Symposium today. I actually work in the industry, so I have my little disclaimer at the bottom there, but this is solely just based on my own personal experience going through my journey, and excited to be here to share, especially in this diversity workshop. Given the numbers you saw today, Asians were the very lowest across ILC. When you looked at the age for Asians, it was 63, I think it was. I was diagnosed in 2019, July of 2019, at the age of 43. I don't have any family history of cancer, breast cancer, and I did all the genetic testing and didn't have any of the genetic markers. What's interesting is I had always gone and gotten mammograms and ultrasounds when I was in my early 30s. Was even sent to a breast specialist because I had dense breast. But she said I was fine and I went along my way. And I guess over the years, just work, life, moving, I guess I missed my mammograms for a few years. And in April of 2019, I had felt a lump in my left breast. So I tried to go based off an old script I had, and they told me they couldn't do it. So a couple months go by the time I got my script and my appointment, I didn't feel that lump anymore. And I almost didn't go again, but I had a friend that encouraged me to go. And during the ultrasound, the tech leaves the room, which never is a good feeling. And she comes back with the radiologist, and the radiologist just said to me, you should really get a biopsy. And of course, my mind jumps to conclusions like, what's going on? What's happening? And she was like, oh, just, talk to your OBGYN, and which she had no information for me either. So I scheduled my biopsy 2 days later, had that done, didn't even think about it, went about my way. I was traveling for work. A week later, I get the call that it was confirmed ILC. Again, working in the industry, the time 17, 18 years, I was actually working in our oncology division, and I literally had no clue what to do when I heard those words on the phone. It was just a shock to me. I was healthy. I was running marathons. I was doing triathlons. And so it's like, how could that happen to me? But I got to the point where I was just like, it doesn't matter how I got it. It's going to be how I overcome it. And so I just focused on staying healthy throughout my treatments. And, I shared yesterday that I started sharing my journey through my social media. And then that's kind of how I came about to here. But anyway, so I was diagnosed stage 2. I had a lymph node that was positive, that came back positive during my mastectomy. And so they staged me at 2A. I was ER/PR positive, HER2 negative. I actually was recommended to do egg freezing, egg fertility. Again, I was 43, I don't have children. And so all the doctors recommended that I go through fertility treatments. And for me, that was a tough decision to make. I was late 30s where I had come to terms with the fact that I wouldn't have my own kids. And so they suggested I do it. I went through the first round and got 1 egg. And I was so upset from my initial appointment with the fertility specialist to when I retrieved that first egg. And it was so upsetting, but at the same time, everyone's like, oh, you have at least 1 egg, right? And so I ended up doing it 2 more times. So 3 times. I have 9 eggs on ice now. They're living the life in Beverly Hills. So that was that piece. And that actually, I wanted to bring up, like, just working in the corporate environment, we do have really good healthcare. They say they cover egg retrieval. And so, but going through that process, I had to pay for it all up front and then submit it to the insurance. That all was a fiasco because they were like, oh, you're coding it wrong. And I'm like, well, I'm not a coder. I don't know what it should be. And I was working with my care team, and just all throughout that whole process, it took almost 3 years for me to get reimbursed for that. And that's with me being in the industry, knowing who to talk to. And even at my 3rd year, I almost gave up. But in speaking with some of my leadership, they put me in contact with other people who then put me in contact with the representative for our company at our insurance company, which then I was able to get it reimbursed. But that took 3 years. And so the fact that I had to go through all that, I could only imagine what everyday person would go through, right? I was in the industry. I know who to go to, how to get to the right resources. But again, I was still having issues. So another reason why I started into this advocacy, patient advocacy piece. Anyway, I went through 4 rounds of chemotherapy. My oncotype score came back 13. And so my oncologist said that I was in the gray zone and it was up to me to make that decision whether I wanted to do it or not. At the time, being 43, I thought I was fairly healthy. I was young. And so I felt if I was going to go all at it, I was going to do the chemotherapy then. So I decided to go do the 4 rounds of chemo. I decided not to do radiation. I was again in the gray zone. But I decided not to do it because I knew I wanted to do reconstructive surgery. I did reconstruction literally 5 days before COVID shut the whole world down. So I got that right under the gun. And then for post-treatment, after everything was said and done, I started off on Lupron and letrozole, specifically letrozole because during the egg retrieval process, I had taken letrozole. So the doctor thought it was easiest transition for me. However, I had such joint pain with the Lupron and letrozole, and she kept saying, "Oh, you just need to give it time, give it time." And I gave it time, but I realized I was just tolerating it. And given that I was a runner and I like to be active and work out, the joint pain was just too much for me. And so after a year and a half on that, she finally said, "Okay, we'll switch you off." And so I've been on tamoxifen since. I got 1 more year left, so I'm really excited about that. It's only the hot flashes. I joked earlier, I had a jacket for today, but between nerves and hot flashes, that just wasn't going to happen. So, so that's kind of my story and my diagnosis. Again, I shared my story on social media. When I finished treatments in March of 2020, I really wanted to get back to running. And so I made it a goal of mine to run another marathon again. And so I wanted to do New York City Marathon because I'm from New Jersey. I live in California now, but I wanted to do something closer to home. And so I wanted to do New York. I found the Breast Cancer Research Foundation, BCRF, and applied to be part of their charity team, which I was, but we all know 2020 COVID, that didn't happen. And so, they asked me to be part of their Research is the Reason campaign. So I did it in 2020 as well as 2021, part of that campaign, and finally was able to run with them in 2021. So that was my kind of like F you to cancer. I did it. I overcame it. And I'm going to still continue fighting it for all those others that can't. So this year, next weekend, I'm running for the Lynn Sage Breast Cancer Foundation, the Chicago Marathon. So it's my little plug if you'd like to donate. Any amount helps. But yeah, that's my story. So thank you.
Unlike Yin, I am not a runner. First, I would like to say thank you. These last few days have been heartwarming. I've met so many people. I've met individuals from Australia, South Korea, London, Germany, and here locally in Pittsburgh. I also had an opportunity to sit with doctors, pathologists, managers, and at the end of the day, what I realized is that we are all the same. Yesterday, I asked for breast cancer survivors to stand, and I would say more than 50% of those survivors were misdiagnosed. Dr. Stewart mentioned creating the gold standard of diagnosis, and I would like to challenge him and all to providing the platinum service of diagnosis. Pamela K., please stand for a moment. I had the opportunity to meet Pamela on Wednesday. And when you see Pamela, she is the face of ILC, right? You can have a seat. I am the mother of 3 sons and 1 grandson, and I'm a leader at Granger. I have 6 managers that report to me, and the managers my friends, my family members, they all say that I'm very competitive. So I had to be the first person in my family to have breast cancer. Various organizations state that we should start having mammograms at the age of 40 or older. Well, I was misdiagnosed in 2011. At that time, I was 36 years old. And for 2 years, I went back and forth to the doctor. I would have my annual checkups, and they continued to tell me that I had dense breasts and I was too young to have breast cancer. At the age of 38, I went to a regular appointment, and I had felt the lump again. It disappeared, and it resurfaced. So this time, X-ray technician, radiologist goes to the back. Took a while for her to come back, but she gave me a card and she said, "I'm going to give you this card, and you can use it. It's a support group for African Americans in Arizona." She said, "If you don't need it, you can share it with someone else." Well, obviously, I'm like, okay, I have breast cancer. She asked me if I could come back the next day, but I couldn't. My family and I, we were on our way for a family vacation. So I went on the family vacation, came back, had the biopsy. The next day, I was advised that I had breast cancer. One really good thing is that I had an OBGYN that I had been seeing for several years, and she had already coordinated my care. She had set up an appointment with a breast surgeon, and I went and I had the opportunity to speak to one of the best breast surgeons. She met me where I was at, right? I really enjoyed speaking to her. She was very open. She asked me if I worked in the medical field. And I said, no. She said, "You're so knowledgeable." Well, I thought, this is my life. So I did a lot of research. I would challenge physicians to meet their patients where they are. Some people will come in intimidated, afraid. They won't ask questions. They have different backgrounds, different religions. Sometimes you're not supposed to speak about certain things. So as a physician, you have to use your emotional intelligence. When you think about your children, for those of you who are parents, we know that we have to interact with our children differently, right? We love them all the same. We want to teach them the same lessons, but we have to communicate with them on their level. So I challenge you to think about that. We are a diverse population. I continue to go to the doctor because I went on a normal basis. Most people in certain communities, they only go to the doctor if they're not feeling well. So if that was the case for me, I may not be here today. My initial oncologist, I asked her about my staging, and she told me not to worry about it. So, of course, I found a new oncologist, right? She was world renowned, but I was like, no, I need someone who's going to meet me where I'm at. So that is the challenge for today. Again, I would say for all of the physicians that are here, if you were diagnosed with breast cancer tomorrow, would you choose yourself as your physician? Uh-oh. I would like to challenge you again. We want platinum standards of care for diagnosing patients. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me? Okay. I'm just going to get myself together really quickly. My name is Maisa. I am a 40-year-old woman, 2 children. Before I get into my story, I just want to say thank you to Dr. Steffi, to all my ladies up here, Glob Mob. Everybody has just been so wonderful, just welcoming. I'm learning so much information as this is my first time at a symposium or any type of breast cancer event in this capacity. So just bear with me just a little bit. Oh, that's not me. That's not me. Oh, there I am. Okay. I love it. All right. So just get this together. All right. So first and foremost, my name is Maisa again. I am an independent patient advocate, an ultrasound technician for the past 17 years, a mother of two sons, 17 and 14 years old. And I'm also a motivational speaker. How ironic that I do speak about breast health. I'm an advocate for women's health because of my job. This is why I got into being an advocate for breast cancer and also talking about women's health. Now, for me, I didn't have a lump. I turned 40 last year. I was excited about getting my mammogram because as an ultrasound technician, being in that world, you know firsthand how things go. So I was excited about getting my mammo, made my appointment. When I had my mammogram done, and the wonderful mammo tech actually showed me my mammo because we were talking, she was familiar with me, and I just had 2 areas of calcifications. The calcifications did not appear to be abnormal. They looked normal, but because I was 40, I had 2 areas. The radiologist just wanted to biopsy one set. We do the stereotactic biopsy, and it came back that I had LCIS. Never in my life as a tech I heard of LCIS. I've heard of triple negative breast cancer, invasive ductal, all the other different types, but LCIS, I really wasn't too sure. And of course, just as my counterpart said, the doctors really don't give you too much information. My primary care doctor called me, hey, your biopsy came back. You have something called LCIS. Okay, what does that mean? It just means that you have a high risk to develop breast cancer. Schedule a second biopsy. And that was it. There was no further communication. So I, in turn, had to do some research from myself, even prior to, getting the biopsy done. So as I'm reading on and discovering what LCIS is, I go and have my second biopsy, which in turn that came back as well as LCIS. So now I speak to a patient advocate who is giving me a little bit, not a patient advocate, a nurse navigator who is giving me a little bit more information onto what LCIS is. I speak to the surgical oncologist, and then he tells me that my breast probably is infected with LCIS, and the best thing to do is to do a lumpectomy. I'm familiar with lumpectomies, biopsies, because of course I also do cyst aspirations, breast biopsies with the radiologist. So I do the lumpectomy, comes back that I have ILC. Again, no idea what ILC is. So I get some information. I speak to the patient navigator. She gives me more information on it, and I start to do some research. In the midst of that, I'm a little bit on edge. I know I'm going to do a double mastectomy because being in the world of ultrasound, being around other people who have breast cancer, I knew that I need to take my breast off. There is no way that I'm going to keep this breast tissue. So let's schedule this double mastectomy. Let me speak to this plastic surgeon so we can get the show rolling. So we get the ball rolling. I do a breast MRI prior to, because of course they need to see what else is going on inside the breast. Lo and behold, there was a third area in my breast that was actually 0.5 millimeters that they saw in it, lit up on the MRI. And of course they said, that too was LCIS. Multiple calcifications. I had 4 lymph nodes. Only one of them was a sentinel node, which we removed those as well. I did the genetic testing, the oncotype. My oncotype score was only 10. No one in my family had breast cancer from my mother's side or my father's side. I found out recently that a great aunt had it back in like 1955 or something like that, which I feel is, not really relative to my story. So I see my oncologist, I'm sitting down talking to her. So I sit down with this lady, and this is where my story gets really interesting, because you think when you go to the doctor, you're diagnosed with breast cancer, that your physician will be a little bit passionate. They will have great bedside manner, but that wasn't the case for me. My oncologist was very straight up and down, not sympathetic, not empathetic, didn't have much information to give me as a Black woman, 40 years old with invasive lobular carcinoma. This woman told me for my treatment, 4 rounds of chemo, you have to do radiation, and you have to do hormone therapy. Chemo, I was okay with. Radiation, I knew I didn't want to be bothered with radiation, of course, because I was going to do surgery, but I still didn't want to do radiation anyway. Hormone therapy, I was on the fence about. I needed to learn some more information about it, just because I heard really horrible things just from people that I knew who had breast cancer and the side effects from it. So as we're going on, we're talking, my doctor, my oncologist, who has been an oncologist for 20 years, says to me, well, I think you should do 4 rounds of chemo, radiation, and hormone therapy based on 30 years of research. Okay, but what about this 30 years of research? What does this 30 years of research say for a woman like me with ILC and LCIS? She had no answers. Every time I would ask her this, she would just always revert back to 30 years of research, which to me, that means nothing. That's not giving a patient any information that's to help them, especially when they're trying to make life-changing decisions at 40 years old. And I want to live till I'm 90 or 100. So any decision I make right now is in turn going to affect me for the rest of my life. My journey with her was not pleasurable. She really didn't listen to me. She was not hearing me. You know, I was having really bad leg pains from after my chemo, my first round. And of course, all of us know, you know, blood clots are a big thing, DVT. So I went to the doctor. Hey, I'm having a lot of pain in my right leg. Can you please just write me a prescription so I can get an ultrasound and make sure I don't have a blood clot? She told me she wasn't going to write me the prescription, my oncologist. So in turn, I had to go to my plastic surgeon and complain to him. And my plastic surgeon was the one that gave me a prescription to make sure that I didn't have a blood clot in my leg, which it turned that I didn't. But it just goes to show, as an oncologist, my doctor was not hearing me. My iron was low, a 7.2, very low. She explained to me I needed to do iron infusions to increase my iron because my hemoglobin should not be that low. I was told to do 2 rounds of iron infusions. No problem. I started my first round on a Friday. That Sunday morning, I woke up and I was bleeding blood clots that were the size of golf balls. That happened every day for 10 days. I contacted my oncologist, told her what was going on. She told me to come inside to see her. I go and see her, and I was told that this wasn't the reason for the blood clots. The iron infusions was not causing that. It was from my chemo. But it had been 3 weeks since I had chemo treatments, and I never had this issue. So I told my oncologist I no longer wanted to do the iron infusions, that I would do natural products. So I was taking sea moss, I was doing blackstrap molasses, I would take apple cider vinegar with elderberry. I was also taking, did I say iron pills? Yeah. So I was doing all these different things. I was told by my doctor that these things wouldn't work. You need to do the iron infusions. This is not going to help you. But in turn, they did. Every week that I would go, my iron was increasing to 9.6, to 10.2, 11.4, 12.6. So many different things were happening with this doctor that I just didn't feel comfortable with her any longer. So I decided to get a second opinion. When I got a second opinion, when I got a third opinion. And the third doctor, when I was telling her my story and letting her know what was going on, she asked me who was my oncologist. And I told her, and as soon as I told her who my oncologist was, her whole attitude shifted. She started to treat me a little differently. So I then decided, okay, I'm not going to see her anymore. I'm just going to take a break from seeing any doctor because I'm not feeling like I'm being heard by any of my physicians. So I just took a step back. I actually went and saw a, what do you call them? I'm sorry. Holistic doctor. I went and saw actually a holistic doctor who actually listened to everything I had to say, helped me out a little bit, and actually gave me some advice on how to approach my oncologist moving forward. My original oncologist actually called me a couple of months after my last visit with her, and she asked me what I was doing. I told her I was going to get a second opinion, as we had discussed prior to that. And she said to me, well, why are you going to get your second opinions? You know that you have to do radiation. And if you're not going to do radiation, then you have to do hormone therapy. Using those words to somebody who was going through breast cancer and trying to figure out what they need to do, you have to be mindful of the words that you're using, because telling a patient that you have to do something when our report isn't that great is really not good, because feel like you're forcing somebody to do something that they really don't want to do or unsure of, especially if you're not giving them the right knowledge and the information to know to make a decision to say, you know what, this is what I want to do, and I'm sure of this decision. And that's not what I received from my doctor. So I took a step away from her. I actually went and saw her last month, And well, this is September. It's about 2 or 3 weeks ago, the beginning of September. And her approach to me was different this time. When I walked into the room, she gave me eye contact, which she never did before. She sat down and had a conversation with me and asked me how I felt, what she had never done before out of the 6 or 7 times that I saw her in person. It was different this time around, which I realized, and she said to me, I noticed that every time I spoke to you and every time I kind of cut you off or weren't listening to you, how you became distant. I would call you, you would never call me. She would call me, I would never call her back, return her calls. So what I did was I forced her to look at herself and realize how she was treating me as a patient. And this time when I went and saw her, I was heard. She treated me like a person, not just a patient. So I was grateful for that experience, this time. And, that's my story. Thank you.
I just want to tell you guys, I appreciate you listening to our panel here. And if everybody could give them another round of applause. Any questions? Oh, okay.
Well, I've been she's a breast cancer patient. I was going to say, if you are not a breast cancer patient, before you ask us a question, you have to tell us something very personal about yourself. We've shared that we don't have nipples. We've shared all kind of things. So you're okay to ask a question.
Well, I think I shared more than anybody else yesterday. So a question for the doctor, Dr. Catherine. I don't know how to pronounce your last name. So sincere data does not count metastatic recurrent disease. How do we know that the statistics are correct? Number one, and also because estrogen positive breast cancer often turns triple negative during metastatic process, are those numbers skewed? That's number one question. And number two question is, why is it so difficult to find metastatic diverse patients? Is there any reason for that you know? Diverse. Did I say diverse? Yes, diverse. Thank you.
So I think I can kind of touch upon a few of these questions.
Okay.
Yeah, so basically so one thing to consider about the registry is, yes, you're right. So it will report, the registry collects all the cases. And so typically, if you do have a recurrent cancer, it won't necessarily count that recurrent cancer unless it's diagnosed way longer afterwards. So basically, most of these statistics are primarily just original breast cancer diagnoses. And so that probably won't affect the statistics too much. And then for the survival analysis, I always consider the first diagnosis. And so we're able to kind of distinguish based on that, I guess. And then when we look at these statistics, yes, we're kind of capturing it across all stages, but we can stratify by metastatic breast cancer and regional and localized as well. And so essentially it's like an average of the whole kind of across all the different stages, if that makes sense.
And as far as diversity, it took
This is and this is why these really large registries are helpful for studying diversity, because the SEER registry in particular draws populations that we know have more non-Hispanic Blacks or non-Hispanic Asian populations. So we can see these rates in these populations. And so this is kind of an advantage of using this versus, for example, our local Hillman Cancer Registry, which would just reflect the demographics of Pittsburgh, which is not very diverse. So.
Private moment, I will share with you, for my private moment, I will share with you something that resonates to me throughout my entire education as a surgeon, and just in breast cancer now. A colleague of mine who's a radiologist, years ago when his children were 4 and 6, his wife was dying from breast cancer. And this is a very personal moment because it resonates with me today. While she was dying and he was a basket case at the side of her bed, she had the strength to say to him, "You don't get it. You get to see them grow up." So that's always resonated with me. Thank you.
Completely agree in terms of diversity. I mean, there's people missing on this panel. Diane wrote an article recently about disability, and there was research stating that the disabled community in America are one of the hidden voices in that are shared within cancer advocacy within the US. At LBC UK, we regularly receive questions from disabled women, and one of the ones that particularly comes through with people with physical impairments is I've had an ILC diagnosis. You're telling me that MRI is the most appropriate scanning mechanism. I physically cannot get onto an MRI machine, and I don't know how to answer that. I don't know what to say to reassure this woman that the scanning mechanism and the scanning modality we've got isn't accessible for her to actually. So I think there's a whole raft of diversity and people that we need to be engaging and involving in the conversation.
I totally agree with you on the disabilities. I have patients who are wheelchair bound, who have to get adjuvant radiation, and I have to find a center that has a Hoyer lift because the other ones don't want to take the time. So you're right. It's about having that conversation, finding out who your resources are within your treatment team and pushing them. And I appreciate everybody sharing what they did today. Thank you.
Good afternoon. We will continue with the imaging session. So we have a very interesting program on both existing and innovative imaging. We know that in lobular breast cancer, this is often quite challenging. So I would like to introduce you to the first speaker, Dr. Matthew Covington. He's an assistant professor of radiology at the University of Utah, and he's both subspecialized in breast imaging and nuclear medicine. He's also a member of the Center for Quantitative Imaging at the Huntsman Cancer Institute. He's a principal investigator both for PET imaging trials and contrast-enhanced mammography. And he has also a special interest and is an advocate for dense breast tissue additional screening for early detection of tumor. I think at last I can say that's very interesting for who's interested in imaging, that he's the founder and the host of the Radiology Review podcast. This is important for education, and I think continuing the education is indeed one of the basics of our science and our medicine practice. Please.
Great. Let's get into this. I wish I had more time, but I'm grateful for every minute that I'll have to share with you. And I think it's become abundantly clear at this point that imaging has some ways to improve. Your stories, I definitely hear them and they resonate with me. And you don't have to look far to find people, especially with lobular breast cancer, that didn't have their cancer diagnosed early enough. It took too much effort to get the ultimate diagnosis. And a lot of that does stem with the imaging recommendations and protocols that we follow. And let me explain a little bit more as I go along here. I do have some disclosures here. And first, what's the complete spectrum of breast cancer imaging? And a few of these slides I'll go through really quick, but the main point of this busy slide, and almost intentionally busy, is that there are a lot of options when it comes to breast cancer imaging. It extends far beyond mammography. PET scans are not the only thing that we use. Many of you have undergone a lot of these imaging tests. I'm guessing others haven't. For example, molecular breast imaging here is something used widely in the Mayo Clinic system, not generally available at most centers, yet potentially has a role in certain indications. So we have a lot of technologies, and our challenge is to match the right technology to the patient. And one problem, if I were to throw this out at the moment, is that we don't have any one-size-fit-all solution that matches every person. I think there's a definite need to get more individual with how we approach some diagnostic dilemmas and problems. So why does ILC so often go undetected on imaging? And this is not a complete list, but a few of the highlights. First of all, lobular cancer it doesn't cause a lot of change to anatomy. Our imaging is much better when we can see like a definite mass sitting there, or you see a lymph node that gets really big. You know, we do pretty well at diagnosing masses and enlarged lymph nodes. We have a lot harder time with lobular cancer because the cells infiltrate between the tissues. Second, lobular cancer often spreads to sites that are difficult to detect on imaging. I'll go into that a little bit more detail later, but that is a primary problem. Imaging is better at some sites than others. And with FDG PET scans, some lobular cancers don't take up much glucose. That's already been mentioned multiple times here, so I'm not going to dwell on that too long. Other problems, we too often apply the wrong technology or use the technology at the wrong time. I'll explain that a little bit more. Certain follow-up intervals we follow don't necessarily make biological sense for lobular cancer. And breast cancers are generally more difficult to detect in dense breast tissue. And if you add a very subtle lobular cancer on top of a background of dense tissue, we almost don't have a chance in certain cases. I'll have a slide here that will show a little bit more what I'm talking about there. But these are very important problems. So this slide is out there. If some of you are on social media, sites like My Density Matters have used this widely. It's one I helped create for them. And this shows 4 different mammogram images in 4 different patients. And each patient has a different degree of breast density. And I've put this little hypothetical, let's see, yeah, you do see my cursor there. This is similar to what a cancer can look like. This is something I hand drew, but you see this jaggedy little gray thing. And you can see that it's very easy to see on certain mammograms and basically impossible to see on others. And this is a representation of the 4 classes of dense breast tissue. And if you go back and look at mammography reports, at the top of the report somewhere, you'll be classified as one of these. And the point to this slide is that breast cancer is much easier to detect in some women than others, and it's a function of breast density. And therefore, applying the same technique to all 4 people might not make sense. And this induces disparities in screening outcomes, meaning those who don't have dense breast tissue will generally have a better chance of having a cancer detected when it's early and small than those who do have dense breast tissue. With lobular breast cancer, I'm guessing that more of, for those in here who didn't have your cancer diagnosed early, I'm guessing there's a higher proportion that has some degree of increased breast density. So those are some major problems that we have to address. The good news is that I do think we have potential solutions to help. Not saying this is perfect, but we can do better with current technology. So when we talk about screening, first of all, there's a high false negative rate for lobular cancer. Now, that doesn't mean mammography never detects cancer. I absolutely see, and I'm a breast radiologist and I'm a nuclear medicine physician, so I'm involved in every stage of breast cancer imaging. I certainly have detected many, many, many lobular cancers in my career on a mammogram. So I don't want the message to be that mammogram never works. The problem is it often will not detect it. And when that happens, typically no other screening test is offered. And there's the primary problem, is that maybe the mammogram didn't detect it, but that doesn't mean that you're necessarily done, and especially if you have dense breast tissue. So one solution right now that I expect will get even more press as we enter Breast Cancer Awareness Month in October is that we need more application of supplemental screening. And what I mean by that is that we use technologies in addition to mammography to help detect those cancers that mammography did not detect. And leading options for this, breast MRI, contrast enhanced mammography, which on some of my slides is CEM, ultrasound of various varieties. There's whole breast ultrasound. Sometimes a machine scans your breast automatically. Other times you'll have a technologist there scanning. Molecular breast imaging. Here we have 4 examples of studies that can potentially really increase our cancer detection, including the detection of lobular cancer. So how much better do these do? So one can look at the incremental cancer detection rates. And what this means is additional cancer detection for people who had a negative mammogram. And it's typically reported per 1,000 screens. So for example, tomosynthesis, which is a 3D mammogram, if you add a tomosynthesis into 1,000 people who had a negative 2D or standard mammogram, you'll find about 1 to 2 additional cancers. Now look to the bottom of the screen and you see the MRI showed 16 cancers. That is a lot of cancer that mammography alone would not have detected. Okay, so we have an opportunity to detect a number of additional cancers. I don't have any references here. These are generally accepted numbers. Wendy Berg, who's a breast imager here at UPMC, had a expert panel narrative review in an article, and I generally borrowed these from that. You'll see some variation in there, but generally this is pretty accurate. So a lot of you will know about ultrasound for supplemental screening, and it does detect additional cancers, but not nearly as many as MRI would. So the good news, however, is we have multiple technologies. Speaking to the question that just came up about breast MRI, yes, not everybody can tolerate a breast MRI for different reasons, but there are still other options. A contrast-enhanced mammogram can be a very nice option for people who can't have a breast MRI. And thankfully, all of these technologies are getting increased adoption right now in the United States. For diagnostic imaging, we're now getting out of the screening setting, and this is now when we're imaging either if a screening mammogram showed something suspicious or there's a lump or pain or some other symptom that we need to check out a little further. For lobular cancer, there still is a high false negative rate when we look with mammography. Ultrasound does a little bit better, but I think one potential solution is to apply earlier those technologies that are more likely to show cancer, meaning more sensitive imaging studies. Again, breast MRI leads the pack, but there are other options here as well. For surveillance, we're now looking at following treatment evaluation. Lobular cancer is sometimes hard to see on mammography in the first place. So if we're only using a mammogram to show are you responding to treatment or not, or to evaluate surveillance over time, that may not make sense for every person as a standalone study. So again, more wide application of cancers that are more likely, or of imaging methods more likely to work. Now, I do want to mention one thing, that lobular has a later occurrence than the more common ductal cancer. I know many people here understand that. But when you look at the breast imaging paradigms at most centers, we do the most intense imaging surveillance during the first 5 years after treatment. And that makes sense for invasive ductal cancer. It does not make biological sense for invasive lobular cancer, yet that is by and large the predominant surveillance modality that anyone with a lobular cancer is likely to encounter. It doesn't make biologic sense for this specific disease. So this points to a need that we can't treat or image lobular cancer the same way that we do with ductal cancer in every setting, or at all. I've thrown one other option at the bottom here, which is circulating tumor DNA analysis, which has been mentioned a few times. And that is essentially a blood test for breast cancer. I see this as being very potentially helpful and complementary to imaging in many cases. And I think there's a lot of promise here that this could also help us improve early detection. So I do anticipate a role in the future where it's not only about radiology, we will also have other complementary tests. So with clinical detection of lobular cancers, there are some similar challenges in that we are better at filling a lump than a vague density in the breast. And how this can impact lobular cancer in terms of imaging is I think there's some chance that fewer lobular cancer patients are getting systemic staging because people are not appreciating on a clinical examination that there might be more disease there than we suspected. This tells me that maybe we need to lower the barrier and allow more aggressive or more sensitive, sometimes more expensive, admittedly, imaging to be performed for lobular cancer patients earlier in the disease. I have seen way too many cases of lobular cancer where we're a step behind from the start. And I think that does stem somewhat from screening where we don't detect it early, but it does continue at each stage of the process. For example, we may stage with a CT scan that didn't show what an FDG PET scan may have, or an FDG PET scan in certain cases may not show the disease that an FES PET scan would. Why does this matter? Well, you need to match the right tool to the task at hand. And essentially, an easier way to say that is we don't eat soup with a fork. Okay, you have to tailor the technology to the problem that you're trying to address. And I don't think we do a good enough job at that at the moment. What I'm showing here is an example of a dense breast mammogram on, yes, it's on the left of the screen, or yeah, your left. On the right, this is a molecular breast imaging study. You can see that certain technologies can unveil what we couldn't see with other technologies. This person came through and had a negative mammogram. They had a subsequent molecular breast imaging study and it revealed 11 centimeter invasive lobular carcinoma. There are alternative imaging options. I'm going to give a very brief run through here. So breast MRI, this undoubtedly, based on our current literature, has the highest cancer detection rate of any imaging study that we currently have. There's two varieties. There's the abbreviated version and a full protocol version. And depending where you are in the nation, you may have access to one or the other. I think they're both very good examinations, but it's not widely available. I'm at Huntsman Cancer Institute in Salt Lake City, and we have the largest catchment area of any cancer center in the intercontinental US. We serve areas of Idaho, Montana, Wyoming, Nevada. There are certainly geographic limitations to where these MRI scanners are. It is expensive, and I might understand that insurance will only pay for this guaranteed in every state if you're, quote, high risk. But most people, when they're diagnosed with breast cancer or when their breast cancer was misdiagnosed, were not high risk. And so we have some accessibility issues for this as well. There's currently national proposed legislation called the Find It Early Act that is designed to improve access by requiring payment for things like breast MRI or breast ultrasound for people who have dense breast tissue. And I see legislation such as that as being potentially very helpful. Others simply can't undergo an MRI due to maybe having metal in their body, physical limitations, claustrophobia. There are things you can do to help, but we need other options as well. This is a contrast enhanced mammogram machine. And for those who have had a mammogram, you know this looks like a standard mammogram machine. And the reality is that it is a standard mammogram machine because nearly every current generation mammogram machine is capable of performing contrast enhanced mammography if it has a software upgrade and a few minor technical upgrades. So this technology has potential to spread widely throughout the country. And in fact, that's what we're already seeing. At radiology conferences I attend, there's all kinds of enthusiasm for contrast enhanced mammography at the moment because it allows us to see things like this. This was a case I published some years ago. And again, a dense mammogram that looked normal and a contrast enhanced mammogram where these arrows on the right show what was a very large lobular breast cancer. Completely unseen on the mammogram. In this case, it was slightly palpable. And for that reason, the patient appropriately was suggested to have additional imaging, thankfully. And the contrast enhanced mammogram that was applied to that individual showed the disease very well. I'm not going to go into too much detail here because Dr. Eulaner, who's here with us, will go into it. But both of us have had trials where we're looking at lobular breast cancer and fluoroestradiol PET imaging. This was thankfully added as an additional option in recent NCCN guidelines, which are very influential. And that should allow improved access to this. This is the study that I recently published on this, and I'm going to have to go quickly. But my initial pilot study, which was small, showed that FES PET performed very well for patients with lobular breast cancer, in my opinion. It did change their clinical stage in 18% of patients in comparison to standard of care imaging. It detected many additional lesions, other areas of metastatic disease, especially lymph nodes in the axilla that looked completely normal by every other imaging exam, including an FDG PET. I'm going to skip forward to one. Well, this slide simply shows what was a very normal lymph node on every imaging study that showed uptake on FES PET and was biopsied and did prove to be a cancer. This is what I'm seeing in our expanded study, where I'm now imaging many more patients to see does FES improve staging compared to invasive ductal cancer. And we're seeing similar cases to this one where this patient had recurrent disease. FDG shows 2 sites of disease here in what was called an equivocal lymph node in the mediastinum here. FES shows that unfortunately for this patient, the disease is diffuse and disseminated. Another case here where all of these very enlarged and abnormal lymph nodes on FES did not show at all on the FDG scan. That patient also had some osseous metastases, such as here in the sacrum or in the iliac bone, that were not seen. And to go forward here, we're going to skip to this case. And this is one of the more impressive scans where FDG in this case only showed local disease. And then when they had the FES PET scan, we saw disease in multiple areas, including, unfortunately, the pancreas, the bone, and here you can see FES showing what lobular cancer does, which is coat organs. Okay, it did not form a mass, but it's, in this case, coating the leptomeninges along the spinal cord, and you see this linear, very fine uptake here. And you even see that it's crawling out in the nerve roots through the neural foramen in the spine. This is powerful stuff that can help us to make better decisions for treatment. So in summary, I think we need to shake things up. I think you agree with that as well. We need more aggressive use of technologies that have a higher rate of invasive lobular cancer detection used earlier in the presentation of disease. I do think that this dense breast tissue problem with mammography is a very important issue for invasive lobular carcinoma. And I hope I can convince more of you that that's the case if you don't currently appreciate this. That if we are ever going to start detecting most invasive lobular cancers early, we have to solve this problem with dense breast tissue. Hiding cancers on mammography, that is of primary importance to the lobular breast cancer community. I really believe that. I think upon an initial diagnosis of invasive lobular cancer, we need to widely apply other imaging exams such as breast MRI, which is currently has pretty good application at certain centers, but certainly not everywhere. And I think that we need to always be willing to order a little bit more aggressively extra systemic staging for patients with lobular cancer. Now, to make all of this become a reality will require some careful considerations and national guidelines. It's going to require some additional research in many cases. The truth that we don't have a lot of dedicated imaging research on invasive lobular carcinoma doesn't help our cause here. But I'm grateful that there are advocates here that can help us get the research funding we need to start answering more questions, get the large trials that are necessary, start to change national guidelines to be more tailored to the needs of people with invasive lobular cancer. And I do think that we make better decisions when we see the truth clearly. And in too many cases right now, radiology is failing to do this. I do see a way forward with technology that currently exists to do a lot better. And that's the good news. I'm happy to connect with any of you either on Twitter or my email here. And here's a picture of the snow I'm looking forward to having soon in Utah. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this beautiful presentation. Are there any questions for Dr. Covington? Yeah.
I can't tell you how much I really want to get you to Europe and give that same talk. I was diagnosed back in 2015. I'd never heard of Lobular, but I since discovered that my diagnosis was delayed due to the fact that I had extremely dense breasts. It took me 4 years to find that out. So I talk about it all the time. And I follow you on LinkedIn. So I've already linked you to Leslie Yerger. Yeah. So what do you say to clinicians or what should I say to clinicians tomorrow in relation to this issue who say that, don't worry about your breast density. We don't consider it worthy of a discussion. I encourage women to go in with a breast density request form, and currently they're turned away and told, we don't do that here. So what do you say to clinicians? They're not here, but I want to take a message back to clinicians in Europe, in the UK, and who are currently, pushing us into a risk area, we feel, by just not disclosing that information.
Right. Good question. Thank you. And you referred to Leslie. That's Leslie Yerger. She founded My Density Matters, and she has a lot of nice information on their website that does provide information. But my personal response is that this matters, and how we know is because when we perform these additional imaging studies, such as breast MRI, suddenly we're seeing 16 cancers per 1,000 that were not previously seen. I mean, that tells us how many cancers we're not seeing on mammography. It's around 16 per 1,000 for people with dense breast tissue. And I've done the math. It translates to a lot of cancers. You can look up in Archives of Breast Cancer. I published recently that in the United States means 267,000 breast cancers per year will not be diagnosed due to dense breast tissue based on the detection rate of 16 per 1,000. So it's a simple mathematical answer. I'm kind of a science nerd, but thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Then I would like to introduce the next speaker, Dr. Hannah Linden. She's a professor of medicine at the University of Washington, and she's a breast cancer treating specialist at the Fred Hutch Institute and the Harborview Medical Center. She has a special interest in anti-hormonal therapy and the related molecular imaging that helps in the treatment assessment, response assessment, and prediction. Please.
Great. Thank you so much for having me here. Really appreciate the opportunity. Also to be sandwiched by two excellent imagers. I'm going to try to take the medical oncologist view here because we're all talking about similar things. And of course, we know each other well, and I think just submitted a manuscript together. So I do have some disclosures. Many of these are actually companies that make oral SERDs, and FES is a way to test blockade, which we'll talk about in a little bit. So this is kind of an overview of what I hope to cover. I am going to try to go to East Coast speed because I know we're running late. But basically, I just want to talk about the uses of FES and some observations we've made and really try to explain to you how I think we can use this new technology to the patient's advantage. So with Dr. Uhlaner, so many of us got together and wrote some appropriate use criteria, and this and a few other things have led to the FES indication on the NCCN guidelines. So what's an appropriate use for estrogen receptor PET imaging? It's not a screening test. It's appropriate for assessing ER status in lesions that are difficult to biopsy or when the biopsy is non-diagnostic, like healing bone. It's appropriate to use when you're thinking about whether you want to use an endocrine-based strategy or a chemotherapy-based strategy or resolve a diagnostic dilemma. And in detecting the ER status when other imaging tests are equivocal, it may be appropriate in these other indications, and I think subsequent research will bear that out, including Dr. Covington and Uhlaner's research in lobular tumors. It could help us with extra axillary nodes and distant metastases, and maybe staging low-grade tumors, including lobular tumors. It also is probably appropriate, but not entirely proven that it might be the gold standard. Because if you think about it, when we do a core biopsy and it comes back with low ER expression, we oncologists say to ourselves, yeah, but you want to give them a chance on endocrine therapy. This is in the metastatic setting. And really what you're saying is, well, that's sampling error. And FES samples the whole body. So it may be a superior tool, but that's not proven yet. I think we're getting close. It's also helpful to see the full extent of lesions in patients with suspected or known recurrent metastatic breast cancer. So this is kind of highlights of the last year of publications. JCO paper from the Groningen group that is outstanding. It's really showing how we correlate. I'll go over that in a minute. And also looking at these modern therapeutics, including molecularly targeted therapies along with estrogen receptor targeted therapies such as oral SERDs. And I think I'm going to show you some data from our center that looks at just the quantitative levels of ER expression by FES versus FDG for glucose. So the Groningen paper, this is a multi-center trial that we need a readout from the clinical piece. This is just the diagnostic piece of the trial. And this trial is running, it's a multi-center trial. It's running in parallel really with the trial. I'm behind EI 142 and we're analyzing that data too. So everybody needs to publish so we can have more information. But the data from this trial showed that qualitatively and quantitatively, FES is pretty sensitive. In fact, very sensitive. It's not perfect though. Specificity is good, but not perfect, which leads you to a very good positive predictive value. But then when you have a negative predictive value, that's not perfect. So room for improvement, but I think it's still incremental value. And I think this is really the paper that pushed the NCCN to include FES in the guidelines. Okay, this is too many dots, but this is kind of a graphic of what happens when you look at all the lesions. And Dr. Covington showed you, a patient with 100 lesions. So none of these have 100 dots. But notice that there's a little dotted line here. So each vertical stripe is one patient, and the colors are the different types of organs that the metastatic site was found in. And what you can see is most patients actually are kind of clustered. And we have a similar paper showing this. But when you have a few lesions under the bar, meaning lesions that are FES negative, you predict which patient doesn't benefit from the rintidestrant, which is an oral SERD that's no longer in development, that was being tested in this paper. Another question that comes up is, does ESR1 matter? And FES, it does detect ESR1 mutant tumors. And for sensitivity to rintidestrant, the oral SERD, ESR1 did not matter. But heterogeneity of uptake mattered. You didn't get benefit out of the oral SERD if you had an ER negative site. Okay, so going back up to 30,000 feet for all patients with metastatic breast cancer, we have a bunch of clinical problems. The CDK4/6 inhibitors have greatly improved outcomes, but does everybody need one up front? They're kind of expensive and a little bit toxic. And the SONIA trial that we saw at ASCO suggests that maybe you don't need to go that far. And how do you best monitor response for patients, especially with bone-dominant tumors? This is why we're doing EAI 1183, which is an FDG study to follow the impact of treatment on bone metastases and understand when the patient has progressed. And we've had great accrual to that trial, and we're nearly complete. But there are a couple other things that I think people forget to ask themselves, which is, do tumors change their stripes? And the answer is mostly not. Mostly if you have an ER positive tumor when you start with, that's what you have when you have metastatic tumor, and that's what you have later. But sometimes they do change, and sometimes they change back. So the frustration for us in treating metastatic breast cancer is that the shoulder of this curve and the next one I'm going to show you is too steep. So patients after a CDK4/6 inhibitor are unlikely to benefit from further endocrine therapy, and that's very frustrating. You feel like you may be worn it out. So this is a single agent elacestrant, the FDA approved SERD, and this is we'll get there. This is the MAINTAIN trial, which shows that switching both the endocrine therapy and the CDK4/6 inhibitor at the same time is a superior approach. It's still not good enough. We'd like to be able to get just as much clinical benefit that you saw the first time as the second time. So maybe FES can help. Maybe it can help determine which patient is going to benefit from a further endocrine manipulation versus which patient would be better served by a different therapy. FES can also help you identify which site to biopsy. One of my nightmares is, you have a patient who is really pretty healthy, living with metastatic breast cancer. They develop a lung nodule. Well, how do you know that's breast cancer? What if they have lung cancer? And we've actually picked up some of these. So we do not biopsy every metastatic site at every time of progression. But when your clinical suspicion is high that something's different going on, FES might be able to help you decide where to put the needle. I think it really can help you select the appropriate next therapy. There's some myths about this. Some people worry that once you're on an aromatase inhibitor, you can't really use FES PET. That's incorrect. FES PET doesn't change much on an aromatase inhibitor or on a CDK4/6 inhibitor, but it changes a lot when you use an estrogen blocking drug. So you don't want to order an FES PET when the patient is on fulvestrant or on tamoxifen or a novel SERD. The novel SERDs all get off the receptor a lot more quickly, so you don't need as long a washout. But you can use it following a round of chemotherapy to see if ER expression is up, and it might be worth going back to endocrine therapy. There's also a research use, which is looking at the completeness of blockade. All the studies that I'm aware of have shown, really impressive results when we're at peak. I'm sort of wondering what's happening at trough, but we haven't done that test yet. But that's my question. But these are in the research setting. This is not meant to be a clinical use of FES PET. Okay, so I think lobular tumors are frustrating because they spread like a net. But then when you roll a net onto a net and you keep going, you have a dense area there in the middle, which I think you can find by most imaging techniques, but you might not be finding that little lacy edge. And the other thing you have to worry about when you're thinking about a molecularly targeted therapy, and this is only in TD because, you really don't want to look at too many of my drawings. This is sparse. What if the ER expression is sparse versus medium versus really dense? I mean, obviously that's going to change what we're going to see when we're looking at a molecular tracer. So I think with FES PET, it's like an iceberg, and we can definitely see bone metastases, lung, nodal metastases, brain, and dura, retroperitoneal, uterine, ovarian. I feel comfortable with that. Liver mets I'm putting under the water because that's where the tracer is cleared, and so liver uptake is really brisk. I think where we struggle is with the sparse disease and small volume disease and in the peritoneal cavity. And really all along the GI tract, unfortunately. I think there are ways to maybe do a little bit better, but unfortunately, there are some limits to the tracer. So I think in thinking about, sort of how, now that we have this tracer approved and within guidelines, when should we be using it? Well, one of the answers is that we should be using it for every patient deserves a metastatic biopsy in order to figure out whether you're right that they have breast cancer, and also to determine what their HER2 status is, maybe if they have an activating mutation in HER2, what their PI3 kinase status is, ESR1 and PD-L1. This is all for metastatic disease because we're looking for, I call it target hunting. So all lesions in bone are not breast cancer. Even if the radiologist tells you that they are, you could find Pott's disease, TB in the spine. You could find some benign thing. And I've diagnosed myeloma and looking in a breast cancer survivor of a locally advanced tumor. And, you can see metastases from other tumors, and none of those diagnoses in bone are going to be treated by standard breast cancer therapy. So I think diagnosis is really imperative. So we looked at the Washington State records. That's the whole state with a HiCore database, which is at the Hutchinson Center. And we looked for a decade at greater than 1,000 patients. And the tissue biopsy was not done for 50% of insured patients. You're not even in the database if you haven't got continuous infusion in insurance. So if cancer is your diagnosis that gets you Medicaid, you're not in this database. But if you were on Medicaid for a while, then you're in the database. So why was that? And this is just an observation. I don't really know why, but I think I know why. And it's because sampling of bone is very challenging, and bone is the most common metastatic site. I have the luxury of a bone imaging specialist who feels really comfortable putting a needle in bone, but most radiologists don't. I think also there's a tissue processing problem where you lose epitopes when you decalcify. And so what happens is you biopsy and you get healing bone. You get a non-diagnostic biopsy, and that it leads you to never order a biopsy again. So what do you do in this setting? Well, you could send them to a center that can do FES, and we could give you a virtual diagnosis. And I would argue that it could be the new gold standard. So again, these pictures where FDG underestimates the disease and FES shows you the full extent. So we took a retrospective look at our historic database of patients who were imaged for a bunch of different studies. And we eliminated a whole bunch of the patients and whittled it down to 40 lobular patients, and we had a pathologist review this. Most times when we talk about metastatic breast cancer, actually, the pathologist just says consistent with breast cancer. But we asked the lobular question, because some patients have mixed ductal and lobular tumors at presentation. Some patients have a lobular on the right and a ductal on the left. Which one is the MET? So we went and looked, and then we found 38 patients and 173 lesions with up to 10 lesions per study, taking the hottest lesions. So those patients with 100 lesions, we did not analyze all 100 lesions. Okay, and this is what we found in terms of a quantitative distribution. So the majority of patients had a high FES and a low FDG. But the majority of patients, and obviously these are people selected for a clinical trial, and they knew what kind of scans they were getting, but we found their tumor. It was over the iceberg on the top. We could see at least some of the metastases. And I think this busts the myth that FDG is not useful. But what it also shows you is that the FES is probably higher in most patients. And so FES may be more useful to really get us the full extent of the lesions and allow us to understand the complete staging for the patient. So just a couple quick stories. We published this a long time ago, but this is the tumor changing its stripes. So we had a patient who in 1999, after her bone marrow transplant at another center, came to visit us with back pain. And she had a really isolated bone metastases and was placed on tamoxifen. During that transplant, she went through menopause, so she got a little therapy. But she wasn't on, it was, a different era, and she was not on adjuvant endocrine therapy, which was inappropriate. She then went on to an anastrozole and a few other hormonal therapies. But eventually she progressed, and a clinical decision was made to give her chemotherapy. So you can see that one spot on the spine goes away. It's not FES avid anymore. It is FDG avid. But then after some chemotherapy, it pops back up. The same spot in the spine pops back up as ER positive. And so this is a different era. She responded well to DES. DES is a ridiculously poorly tolerated drug that none of us will ever give again, but we have other choices now. So I think this is a reminder that even after chemotherapy, you can consider using FES. So I think we have a lot of opportunities here to help patients with lobular cancers. We're also doing further research with other tracers. We are going to try to work a multi-center trial of FFNP, which is a progesterone receptor analog. And I think the most interesting thing about the Washington University publication on this topic is that there were progesterone receptor negative tumors that were FFNP positive. This is about that false positive sampling error problem. I think PSMA and FTT are also very promising and are probably going to help some of our breast cancer patients, including lobular. FTT is to look for a target for PARP inhibitor, and PSMA PET is actually angiogenesis. We have novel tools, breast-only imaging and PET MR, that I think will expand our horizons. And I do think that FES PET is very promising for staging lobular patients and can really help help us, but we need some more data to understand the level of sensitivity and specificity. I think FES is particularly useful for us in bone and bone marrow, which have been overlooked sites. I worry that we're going to find out too much, maybe upstage some people and maybe cause problems, and we have to think about that. And I'm still flummoxed about the problem of peritoneal disease and how best to manage imaging that, and even allow the patient to go in a clinical trial, because they're truly non-measurable. This slide needs to be updated, but all this research is done as a team, so I'm very, very thankful.
Thank you for this great presentation. We have room for a short question.
I have a small question: is why on PET scan that many institutions do not scan the head, even though you can easily see things in the skull?
Yeah, we can get Gary and Matt to answer too, but it's because it's optimized from the neck to groin. Okay, so neck to groin is the optimal area. It's every single test you order is always optimized for a specific area. Okay, but they do scan your head when you're in there. I've gotten a call from radiology when I've ordered the neck to groin, when they say, I think you should get a PET out. You should get an MRI of their brain, meaning I see something in the brain. So it's partly that they don't want to talk about it because it's not really set up perfectly to allow them to clearly read the brain. It's really challenging to image more than one thing. But so usually they get the base of your brain and they get the top of your femur. But you are on the table in there, and sometimes they can see a little bit farther. No, it's not about the quantity of tracer. It's about the optimization for the visualization for the scan. It's for the physics of the scan to work. It can't work in every single site. So when you get that fancy MR that Dr. Covington was referring to, that's with a special coil. That's not just while you're lying on the table. Okay, so it's that you're not in a perfect shaped device to really see the pictures in the head. This is, an oncologist talking, not a physicist. But that's sort of why they do it. But that being said, you're raising a really good point, because sometimes we do have patients whose disease goes out farther and we have to ask them to do further. And we can. And since FES picks up brain metastases, could be useful for us.
Thank you. So we go to the next speaker, Dr. Gary Ulaner. He's the James and Pamela Muzzy Endowed Chair of Molecular Imaging and Therapy at the Hoag Family Cancer Institute and Professor of Radiology and Translational Genomics at the University of Southern California. His research focuses on targeted imaging to guide targeted therapy. Please.
All right. Thank you. Are you able to hear me? Great, thank you. I will try and come back to that brain issue in the midst of this. Skull, absolutely. I want to just start by saying it is such an honor and a pleasure to speak in the same session with Dr. Matt Covington and Dr. Hannah Linden. We all work together, we do projects together, we publish together, and this is the first time that we actually get to all speak together. So it's wonderful to have that opportunity. And I noticed that because we work on very similar things, we're often saying very similar things. So it can be very difficult to tell us apart. So I want to help the audience here for telling the three of us apart. Dr. Linden is the one with the most hair, and Dr. Covington is the one with the least. I love you, Matt. I love you. Okay. So here are my disclosures. I also disclose that I like to teach molecular imaging and therapy starting at a very early age. This is my son, Ilya, and my daughter, Annabelle, who helped me teach molecular imaging courses for many, many years. This is them in New York prior to the pandemic. And here they are now in California after the pandemic. And I really tell you, when you start learning molecular imaging early, you can really start picking up the findings quick. Particularly my daughter, who is exceptional. So if there's anyone here looking for junior faculty, I have someone for you. All right. So while Matt works on many different projects from contrast enhanced mammography to FES PET imaging, and Hannah specializes in the medical oncology applications of FES imaging, I work predominantly on the imaging of molecular imaging and therapy of multiple malignancies, and I'll be talking about FES here for estrogen receptor targeted imaging. So we have a breast cancer cell. The target is the estrogen receptor. We design these keys that bind to the targets. In this case, the key consists of a binding agent, which is estrogen, which is found in all of our bodies. And that is linked to a radioisotope, in this case, fluorine-18, producing this FES or fluoroestradiol molecule. And this allows us to administer it into your bloodstream. It circulates throughout your body and is able to bind to estrogen receptors so that you can see estrogen receptor expressed throughout the body. Now, notice someone said, hey, how come we don't image the skull, right? This, I think, is a hold off from FDG PET. FDG PET has a lot of uptake, physiologic, like normal stuff in the brain. So we used to leave the brain out. So the scan went only from here down below because we were leaving out the top because we said, well, it's going to be hard to find stuff in the brain now. I have started in the fluoroestradiol, these FES PETs, we start from the top of the skull now because we don't have that background problem with FES that we have with FDG. So for each different radioisotope that we use on these PET scans, we can set the range that we image differently because we can see certain structures better with one than with the other. Right? So this here example is what you see with FES PET. We've seen examples from the prior two speakers. We see the liver, the bowel. This is the normal excretion. It doesn't represent disease. It's also excreted through the kidneys into the bladder. This is the normal excretion. And as Hannah said, it's hard to see through the liver because there's so much physiologic excretion through the liver. So we have to change our viewing platform for the liver in order to better evaluate the liver. This has been mentioned before. I think all three of us have connection to these a Society of Nuclear Medicine and Molecular Imaging appropriate use criteria for using FES PET. I want to talk about three areas that are good for all types of breast cancer, and then specifically talk about lobular breast cancer. So the first is evaluating patients who are being considered for endocrine therapy. And this comes back to the very beginning with work from Joanne Mortimer and Farokh Dadashti, who took patients who were all estrogen receptor positive in their breast malignancies, and they were going to go on endocrine therapies and perform the FES PET before they went on therapy. Then the patients went on endocrine therapy and they tracked who responded and who didn't. And now if you, up here is the patients had the FES, the FES agent was picked up by the tumors, and you can see many of those patients responded, some did not. So it's not a panacea. It doesn't tell you that if you pick up this agent, you're going to respond to endocrine therapy. But potentially more important, if you don't pick up the FES in your lesions, virtually no one responds. So this can help identify patients who are very unlikely to respond to endocrine therapy and help patients avoid therapies that are not going to work and therefore go on to therapies that are more likely to work. This is a more recent work out of the Netherlands with a similar structure. They took patients who had ER-positive breast malignancies. They underwent the FES PET prior to them undergoing now modern endocrine therapy with an aromatase inhibitor and CDK4/6 inhibitor. The FDG PET shows you where the disease is in these two patients. The FES in the upper patient shows you that the disease, the FES can find the estrogen receptor. So we're up here on the graph. And indeed, this patient responds. The FDG shows that the lesions are well treated by the endocrine therapy. Whereas the patient on the bottom, we can see the disease on the FDG. We can't see the lesions on the FES. That says the patient is down here on our graph. And it's highly unlikely the patient will respond to endocrine therapy, and indeed the patient progresses on endocrine therapy. There are now 18 manuscripts demonstrating this phenomenon, one of which was led by Dr. Linden. I think this has been put forward as an appropriate use for FES to help determine which patients are likely, or more importantly, not likely to respond to endocrine therapy so that patients can obtain the best therapies for their metastatic breast cancer. That's one appropriate use. A second, as I think maybe both of the prior speakers have mentioned, it is valuable for evaluating lesions that may be difficult to biopsy. This is work from Brenda Curlin, looking at a patient with ER-positive breast cancer who unfortunately developed a new lesion on a brain MR. This is obviously something that would be very difficult to biopsy. But using the FES, we can see that this lesion expresses estrogen receptors, and having it show up on the scan demonstrates that this is almost certainly a metastatic ER-positive breast cancer lesion, saving the patient from having to have a very deep brain biopsy. Right? There's also, if we compare it, you can see there's not much background FES activity in the brain, which is why we can start scanning from the very top and get a good view of the brain on FES, which we can't do with FDG. The third is for evaluating lesions that are equivocal on other imaging studies. This is a retrospective study. Retrospective means we're looking back at patients. Prospective is a more valid scientific design. So any retrospective study has to be taken with a grain of salt. But I'm still very impressed with this data, in which they took 100 patients who had equivocal lesions on what they called conventional imaging, CT scans, bone scans, or other imaging modalities. And then the FES PET could help identify more definitively whether these represented disease, malignancy, or were indeed benign in more than 85% of the cases. So if you can get more definitive answer with a single imaging test, I think that is a valuable application of FES PET. So those three are good both for ductal and lobular malignancies. Let's now move a little bit into something that I think has a little more, may have a little more specific value for invasive lobular cancer. This has been discussed multiple times at this meeting. Lobular breast cancers are different from ductals because of the genes that are expressed. Our group back in 2015 and presented at the lobular meeting in 2016 showed that FDG was not as good for detecting lobular malignancies as it was for ductal, so we needed something better. And data from Dr. Linden's group, Dr. Covington's group, and our group have shown that FES may be that answer. And now we have a prospective clinical trial that is just concluded, including 124 patients with ER-positive breast cancer. They were in two groups. One group was 62 patients who had newly diagnosed what we call locally advanced disease, and we're looking to see if they have unfortunate distant metastases. And the second group are patients who have treated breast cancer and have a suspicion for their disease recurrence, and we need to know if the disease has recurred or not. The patients underwent what was considered the standard of care, right? At the time, either CT bone scan or FDG PET, and they also underwent the FES PET as the experimental study. And then if lesions were suspicious for distant metastases in the first group or for recurrences in the second group, they underwent biopsy so that we have tissue proof for the reference for the gold standard. And I think that is something that is lacking in a lot of our trials. We go, hey, I see something on the imaging, therefore it must be cancer. And it's important for us to, whenever possible, get pathologic proof of what we think we see on imaging. So here are the results in the first group. So these are the patients with locally advanced disease. There were 49 IDC, or now called no special type, 13 lobulars. The patients, of these 62 patients, there were unfortunately 14 that had biopsy-proven distant metastases, changing their stage from locally advanced to metastatic, distally metastatic at diagnosis. And essentially, the standard of care imaging and the FES were equivalent. With a p-value of 0.99, hard to get more equivalent than that. In cohort 2 of the 62 patients with suspected recurrence, there were 23 patients, or 37% of patients, who had a biopsy-proven distant recurrence. The standard of care detected 16 of those 23. The FES detected 18 of those 23. Again, statistically, no significant difference. So here, FES previously has not been recommended for initial staging of patients or for finding disease in patients with suspected recurrence. These are not in the current FDA approved label. But this trial shows that the FES PET appears just as good as what we currently use for standard of care imaging for both of these clinical indications. And I support using FES PET for either of these indications more widely. When we look directly at the patients that had lobular breast cancer, there were 30 of the 124 patients. Now, we would only normally expect in a true distribution to have 10 to 15% lobulars. But I say to the group, the Lobular Breast Cancer Alliance, who helped send appropriate patients to us for the clinical trial, our trial was heavier on lobular breast cancer patients than otherwise would be expected, and allowed us to accrue data for patients with lobular breast cancer. Of the 30, 11 patients had biopsy-proven distant metastases or distant recurrences. Standard of care only detected 5 of the 11, and the FES detected 9 of the 11. Statistically, we still don't reach statistical significance, but I extend what I think is very promising, that if we had more lobular breast cancer patients in this trial, we would eventually reach, be able to conclude that the FES may be superior to what we currently call standard of care imaging in these patients. Here are some examples. I think already Matt and Hannah showed very similar examples. Locally advanced disease in our prospective clinical trial, the FDG does not show any of the disease, whereas the FES shows both the local disease as well as unfortunate distant metastases, which are biopsy proven, changing the patient from locally advanced to distant metastases and helping the patient to obtain the appropriate therapy and not have therapies that could have side effects but would be futile. Here's a patient in cohort 2, estrogen receptor positive lobular breast cancer with suspicion of recurrence. Virtually nothing seen on the FDG PET. And unfortunately, the FES PET demonstrates more than 20 soft tissue and osseous metastases representing the recurrent disease that the patient has, allowing us to get the patient on the appropriate therapies. And as a third case, which I'm particularly impressed by, a patient with ER-positive lobular breast cancer with suspected recurrence because of a tumor marker. The FDG PET called suspicion for lung metastases because of these lesions, but the biopsy of the lung metastases was benign. This was just inflammatory granulomatous disease, whereas the FES PET did not pick up the lung because benign inflammatory disease doesn't express estrogen receptors, but there was unfortunately multi-organ system disease, which is biopsy proven, demonstrating this patient unfortunately did indeed have widespread recurrence. And we find that FDG had in the patients 6 what were called after biopsy were false positives. There was only 1 false positive on the FES. So for conclusion, what do we currently have as appropriate clinical indications for FES? Well, it can be used to help select which patients should or shouldn't receive endocrine therapy. It can help assess ER status and lesions that are difficult to biopsy, and it can be used to solve problems when there are inconclusive results on other imaging tests. And from our prospective trial of 124 patients of ER-positive breast cancer, I think we have data here that supports the use of FES PET in both initial staging of locally advanced disease as well as in patients with suspected recurrence, as these are equivalent to what we currently use for imaging these clinical indications. And I fully support further research for elucidating the potential trends that FES may be more valuable than what we currently call standard of care imaging for patients with lobular breast cancer. If I can introduce you to this is my home away from home. This is the Hoag Molecular Imaging and Therapy Clinic. I spend my second most amount of time here in this office. We have 3 lead-lined treatment rooms for patients to receive both FDA-approved and experimental molecular imaging and therapy agents. The hot lab for receiving and dispensing those agents, and the all-important radioactive toilet that only the patients get to use. We have 17 clinical trials currently open, not just for estrogen receptor targeted imaging, but for prostate-specific membrane antigen imaging for patients with prostate cancer, for patient and other imaging trials for patients with neuroendocrine tumors, lung cancer, multiple myeloma, and upcoming trials with FAP for patients with pancreatic cancer. Here's my contact information if anyone is interested, and that of our clinic coordinator, Beth, who really does all the work. I just signed the papers. And I'm very excited to announce that we're starting a training position in July of 2024. So there'll be more molecular imaging experts out there able to assist patients. And if this is the best lobular breast cancer conference in the world, we think we have a pretty darn good PET-CT and molecular imaging conference in Southern California each April. One thing we have that Pittsburgh doesn't is a really nice beach. So I say thank you to all of you for your attention, and I always thank the radiochemists who in my field are the smartest people in the room. Without them, we don't have these agents to help patients with. In particular, I like to thank Dr. John Katzenellenbogen from the University of Illinois, who developed FES and has allowed us to assist patients. Thank you so much for your attention.
Hello, thank you very much for your presentation. My name is Christine de Smet from Belgium. So the question I have for you is, what about those patients in which you have metastases that actually lost expression of the estrogen receptor? Because, for example, in our institution, we are conducting a postmortem tissue donation program. And now we have already a lot of evidence that actually in 60% of the patients that have a primary tumor, which is estrogen receptor positive, in 60% of the patients, they have at least one metastasis that lost ER expression. And even that in many patients, actually many more metastases lost estrogen receptor expression. And you cannot predict that from the biopsy of only one metastasis. So what is your point and your take on that?
Absolutely. I would have gone back to my slide that showed the little cartoon with the how the system molecular imaging works. If you lose your target, your key that hits that target will not work for that target. And as Hannah has shown in a lot of her work, there are certainly patients who are estrogen receptor positive on their primary malignancy, and metastases lose the estrogen receptor expression. So FES is highly unlikely to be able to detect those lesions. There is heterogeneity. So normally in those patients, if say, I'm making up numbers here, but if there are 20 metastases, not all 20 have lost the estrogen receptor. So you're still able to make the call that metastatic disease is present based on those that continue to express the estrogen receptor. And there is certainly a trade-off. As Matt said, our imaging is far from perfect. there is a great trade-off between how many lesions and how many patients we can detect disease on with any particular imaging study. So for what we have currently, while it is far from perfect, the FES appears to be able to pick up enough disease that it is at least equal to current other imaging modalities for patients with ER-positive breast cancer. And in lobular breast malignancies, I think the data is now continuing to accrue that it may be superior, but not, of course, perfect.
Yeah, thank you. I think we still need to recognize, and I mean, the heterogeneity that we see in the patients, and that often they really have a decrease in the metastases from what we see. Just a quick question. So for this application, could you comment on the fact that patients need to stop hormonal treatments before having this?
This is a great question, and I believe Dr. Linden started to comment upon this. Again, I'd go back to my cartoon, but my presentation is gone. If you look at our model, our cancer cell has a target. If you have a medicine, if you're receiving a medicine that binds to that target, that can block my imaging key from hitting that target. Now, but you mentioned endocrine. I would really modify that verbiage. There are specific medicines that bind to the estrogen receptor. I think Hannah mentioned tamoxifen and fulvestrant. And for these medicines, the FES can be particularly suboptimal because the target is already being bound to. But for the majority of other medicines that we include in endocrine therapy, like aromatase inhibitors, they don't bind to the estrogen receptor. So these medicines do not need to be withdrawn in order to get a successful FES scan. So it is really very specific medicines like tamoxifen and fulvestrant that we have to make sure that our patients are not currently taking or have been withdrawn from those medicines before we do an FES PET-CT scan. And if I can, take 30 seconds more, I remember this reminds me to say that yesterday, Dr. Cruz said that her approach to metastatic ILC was first line to treat with a CDK4/6 with either an aromatase inhibitor or fulvestrant, and both of which are very equal in their treatment. At our institution, we start with the CDK4/6 and the aromatase inhibitor, for the specific reason that if there is suspicion for progression on those medicines, we can get the FES PET scan to help determine if the next line of therapy should be endocrine therapy or not. And if the first line of therapy was fulvestrant, we do not have the opportunity of doing that.
Okay, thank you very much for your detailed answer. Just a question: if you need to stop tamoxifen or fulvestrant, how long?
Oh, the current FDA recommendations are currently 8 weeks for tamoxifen and 24 weeks for fulvestrant. I think Hannah has data that suggests that this does not need to be that long, but no matter what the extent of the time is, I think for both of those medicines, it is probably too long. No one's going to wait that long to get the FES PET scan. Thank you so much for your questions.
Okay, good afternoon. So for the final talk in the imaging session, so I'm Vincent van de Caveye. I'm from the University Hospitals Leuven in Belgium. I'm an abdominal gynecological radiologist. Actually, I don't perform mammography, so I don't perform dedicated breast imaging, but because of my training in oncological imaging, I'm very heavily involved in systemic staging and local regional staging of breast cancer patients, ovarian cancer patients, and so on. So I would like to start, what is a whole body MRI? And actually it is completely the inverted in what we are trained to. Diffusion MRI is already there for a long time. It is our key sequence. It's already longer there than I'm in radiology, but that's not that long. But it is very important to know that we will use a minimum of sequence to come to a maximum of result, an imaging result, while we are always trained in MRI to use a maximum of sequences to scan a small area to get the diagnosis. So this is only the MRI the MRI technique for breast cancer staging. We have different types of scans. For instance, ovarian cancer is totally different. Most important is the diffusion-weighted MRI, and then we have additional anatomical information with T2 and T1 weighted MRI. The scan takes 38 minutes. That's the same time we have at the 1.5 Tesla or 3 Tesla. And for breast cancer, we don't need to inject gadolinium for the patient. So the most important sequence is the diffusion sequence. What does it do? I didn't put this image to make you seasick, but it is a very simple principle. It measures the movement of proton, of water molecules. That's the only thing that it does. But it can make an estimation of the difference of that these water molecules are moving through the tissue. So actually, we have here a patient with metastatic disease to the peritoneum. On the PET, maybe there a little bit. On CT, there is nothing, but you can see on the diffusion-weighted MRI that there is diffuse disease along the sigmoid in the hilum of the liver, along the liver, and the bowel. This should be black. It's entirely white. So this is diffuse peritoneal spread. Why? Because this happened. The peritoneum is full with tumor cells and neovascularization. And actually what we measure are the water molecules that turn red. They are depressed. They are blocked in between the cells. And this is picked up by the scanner. It translates this in a white image. So liver metastasis in the simplest form appear bright, and a benign liver lesion disappears out of the image because the water can move freely and it goes out of the sequence acquisition. The most important thing about diffusion, what we learned, it is a measure for cellularity of the tumor. So it will not see any receptors or estrogen or whatever, but it does not depend on metabolism. It doesn't care for it, and it doesn't care for the underlying anatomical configuration of your tumor. So when we have patients with lobular breast cancer that are staged with the whole body diffusion MRI, actually they are not sent to look for a primary tumor. We don't replace at this stage the MR mammography because we don't have sufficient anatomical information. But there is a decent accuracy for detecting primary tumors, and sometimes it helps. This is a pregnant patient with the diagnosis of a Hodgkin lymphoma. We stage these patients with whole body MRI to protect the fetus. And by accident, we found a tumoral mass in the right breast, which turned out to be a breast cancer. This is a patient with lobular breast cancer. This is the contrast MR of the MR mammography. So ultrasound didn't really find the tumor. Of course, the MR mammography did find the tumor. And this is the appearance of the tumor on diffusion MRI and the T1. So you see the speculated infiltrative tumor. And this was negative on the FDG PET. But of course, this is a fact that is known. Regarding lymph nodes, I will not get too technical. This is the highest learning curves for radiologists. The lymph nodes are most difficult to make an interpretation, but it is possible to do. And we get a very decent accuracy, which is actually quite equal to that of the FDG PET. We have both qualitative interpretation criteria for it. That's because the whole body diffusion is quite a bit of a special diffusion MRI. It has an added signal of T1, and lymph node metastases have a stronger T1 than normal lymph node metastases. So actually, we punch the two sequences together. And that comes then, you can see that metastatic lymph nodes, very small to detect by the diffusion-weighted MRI, appear much more brighter compared to normal lymph nodes. Of course, this needs to be trained into the people who read it, and we are developing software to help us. But we have a second thing to help us with lymph nodes. This is the apparent diffusion coefficient. Again, I will not go into detail about it. It is actually a quantification of the degree of that the water molecules are blocked in between the cells. And it helps us additionally to make the diagnosis. And I made here the difference between a patient after COVID vaccination in the left arm. You can see that the node becomes bright, just like in this metastatic lymph node, but actually the ADC value is a lot higher. It is somewhat grayish to white, while the metastatic lymph node will be dark. So we have both qualitative and quantitative interpretation criteria to do this. And also the sensitivities and specificities, both from data that are known from diffusion and MR mammography and whole body examinations, show a very decent sensitivity and specificity, which comes very close to that of FDG PET. And these are some clinical examples. This was a patient who was staged N0, even the fine needle aspiration cytology was negative. And we said that this lymph node was positive for a metastasis, and this was found as such at the surgery. And these are examples of metastatic spread, so the FDG PET and the whole body diffusion weighted MRI. This is a lobular breast cancer, so faint uptake of FDG, but you can see that there are a high number of lymph node metastases, and this one is critical for treatment as it has a location in the neck, and this one was detected and then proven by biopsy. So for distant metastasis, there are meta-analyses that show that whole body MRI, and this is quite logic because MRI is a very strong modality, for instance, for liver and for bone marrow, that it has a similar accuracy as FDG PET. And these are small liver metastases that we can detect. We do a fusion image of the contrast MRI with the diffusion weighted MRI. Our biggest concern was that of lung metastasis, because that's a bit of a difficult area for the diffusion weighted MRI. But as you can see that it's even possible, together with high resolution T1 contrast or non-contrast imaging on the MRI, that we are able to pick up small lymph node metastasis. The only caveat for the diffusion and the whole body MRI is that we are very just as equal performance as CT on a per patient basis. That means that at least we will find one lung metastasis as compared to the PET in one patient, but we have a lower performance on a per lesion basis. So if you would like to do surgery, and of course, maybe for breast cancer is less the issue, it's an important issue in colorectal cancer, then you would need your additional CT. But in other routine practices, we don't need an additional CT to screen the lungs when we perform whole body diffusion MRI. The major strength of it is peritoneal metastasis. I started my research with ovarian cancer and operability assessment, and it was an extreme eye-opener how it influenced on treatment. And the same it is for finding both pleural metastasis and peritoneal metastasis, visceral metastasis, serosal metastasis on the bowel with diffusion-weighted MRI. And I can really say that at this moment, this is the most accurate technique to assess the peritoneum. These are patients with upper abdominal disease in the root of the mesentery. This is the head of the pancreas that is involved by tumor, diffuse mesenterial and serosal disease on the small bowel, and this is a patient with a pleural metastatic disease. All these patients had CT or PET-CT that was negative at the time when the MRI was asked as a second-line modality. This is a bit of kicking in an open door. MRI is very strong to detect bone metastasis, but it was never configured to do it in a whole body stage. So we have the MR spine. In Belgium, we can do a full spine. So in one session, we scan the cervical spine, dorsal spine, and lumbar spine. That's normal practice, but actually we configured to MRI to do that now in a whole body setting to have everything in the bone. And it is not only the sensitivity that counts, it also has a very high specificity. So we just look through these typical problems of joint problems or false positive uptake and a number of benign lesions in the bone. Usually they don't appear on the diffusion weighted MRI, and also pathological fractures are not visible on the diffusion weighted MRI. So that counts for its specificity. So when we go to some examples, for us, these are clinical examples. You should be aware that the development of whole body diffusion MRI go in different paces around the world. In the United Kingdom, it is in for some indications accepted. In Belgium, it is accepted for a number of indications. Another number of European countries are developing, and so on. So you're getting a multi-step development of it. This is a patient with a lobular breast cancer, had a negative bone scan, had a negative SPECT-CT, but there was quite a high tumor marker, so they asked for an additional whole body MRI, and you can see the multiple bone metastasis appearing here in this patient. Multiple, so also not oligometastatic, so we always, of course, count the number of lesions. So what is this now with whole body staging, diffusion staging in breast cancer? We need more evidence. We are busy with studies. This is from our colleagues in Brussels. They actually didn't really select on the type of breast cancer. So there were only 2 lobular breast cancers in this study. They showed a very high matching for the accuracy for locoregional staging and distant staging with the PET-CT, with FDG PET-CT. They had 2 patients where they found metastasis on the whole body diffusion, but not on the FDG PET-CT, and they were the 2 lobular breast cancers. So this is also the indication that we are aiming to, and it's also the evidence that there is from a study from Royal Marsden and a study from Italy. These are studies, they do that in the clinical practice. They look to change treatment in metastatic disease, and they find that they always have more influence on treatment, changing of the chemotherapy, changing of the treatment type when they add the whole body diffusion MRI to the standard workup. But the most important, I just want to point out in the sake of time, is that the effect was always bigger in lobular breast cancer than in ductal cancer. And this brings us to what are we doing in our institution, both research-wise and clinical-wise. We are not an upfront modality for ductal breast cancer. That's for the FDG PET-CT. We are there to help problem solving. But for lobular breast cancer, we are gradually shifting to the primary imaging modality. And it is also researched in that way. This is a patient with a primary diagnosis of a lobular breast cancer with a negative PET-CT, but we were quite shocked to see the whole body diffusion MRI that showed diffuse metastasis to the bone marrow. Also, the T1 is actually a strong modality to support it, also shows the metastasis. This is a patient with an invasive ductal breast cancer, but I show it because size matters. That's what the diffusion weighted MRI can do. As a functional modality, it has a spatial resolution of 3 millimeters, so it can see very tiny lesions. And this is a patient with a very big tumor, of course, and nodal involvement. The FDG PET was negative, but this was due to size constraints. What you can see on the diffusion with MRI is all these very tiny dots on the bone marrow and in the liver. So she had diffuse liver disease and these diffuse metastases to the bone marrow. And we just did a blind biopsy in the liver to prove it. And we did a blind bone marrow biopsy just at a stage, and both were indeed the biopsies full with tumor. So it's both spatial resolution and it doesn't need the anatomy. This is another patient. Also be aware that lobular breast cancer can involve the stomach. So here you see the diffusion restriction besides the bone metastasis. Another important application, but that's because of the safety of the fetus, is imaging in pregnant patients with cancer. That is, breast cancer is one of the most frequent tumor types. There are 2 settings where we work in. You can have the positive NIPT test, and maternal positive, and then we have to screen for a tumor. And in this patient, we found the breast cancer here with some nodal involvement. But there is, of course, often patients who come, a palpable lump, a diagnosis of a breast cancer, and then we perform the staging. There is no radiation involved. There is no necessity for gadolinium injection. It has a high accuracy for staging. And often the sequence is that we do during the pregnancy, the whole body MRI, and after the pregnancy, after the neoadjuvant chemotherapy, additional FDG PET can be used when the baby is born. And also you can reduce the number of staging modalities that you would need, the safety that you need during pregnancy to a single examination. And then an important last one is helping with making the difference between oligometastatic and diffuse metastatic disease. That is just because of the properties of diffusion MRI that has a very high spatial resolution. And I think it's important for us as imagers to say it's patient who is number one here. We are not in this discussion. If you want to start a treatment, one FDG PET, one MRI, is it too expensive? I must say, okay, Belgium has a different insurance system, has a different cost of the MRI, but still you want all information when deemed necessary. Of course, we wouldn't do that in all patients, but the oligometastatic patient setting is somebody where you want to do the maximum of diagnostics. Well, here, both modalities see the same. Maybe we should do PET MRI and then have one modality. Belgian government is not a fan of PET MRI at this moment, so that's why we do the standalone MRI. But this is a patient with oligometastatic disease on the PET, but actually multifocal disease on the diffusion MRI. And again, because we can see all these very tiny lesions. And to conclude, a little bit of a look to the future, response assessment. This is somebody with diffuse disease. And I can tell you there is a partial response here. And you will tell me, yeah, right. How do you see that? I cannot see it. It's impossible. So we still have our pitfalls. That's diffuse disease. And there are a number of patients with focal lesions we can measure with MRI. I could say that the bone metastasis becomes measurable, both in functional view and as anatomical view, but we still have the problem of diffuse disease that we have to solve with the ugly word, artificial intelligence, but that's a controlled development. We do controlled research. We look what drives the artificial intelligence. So this is only a look in the future. This is a patient, this patient with response. We actually measure the total fraction of bone metastasis with that ADC marker. And you can see that it is going up. The orange is after the chemotherapy, and it is moving to my left, so to the higher ranges. So a lot of tumoral voxels on the MRI are becoming necrosis. The patient is showing a good partial response, and this is still quite difficult. We make it on a colorized map so that the clinician can communicate with us and look at it. So this is not standard for the moment. This is research, but this is where we're going to. This is also a response assessment after 3 months. You can see that the orange curve of the response is going to me. It is going to the lower ranges of the ADC. So the water gets more and more blocked. There is a growth of cells. There are more cells. There is a disease progression, and we can predict the failure of the treatment before you will see it on a CT, so like 3 months earlier. Of course, again, this is a look on the future, on what we are developing. This is not yet clinical routine, far from it for the moment, as opposed to the staging that we do. And so how do we go further? I'm a little bit of a lazy guy, but you can imagine if there are multiple lesions, if I need to draw the region of interest on every lesion, it's impossible. So the first thing we're doing now is training artificial intelligence to identify potential lesions and segment them. The second step is what we can already do is identify every lesion. And then for the coming years, the third step is to characterize the properties of the MRI to whatever we want. For that reason, we work together with the laboratory of Professor Christine de Smet to have a better insight of the MRI appearance in lobular cancer, and to help. Maybe there are parts where we can predict therapeutic outcome and so on. So to conclude, it offers a new alternative approach to breast cancer staging, and it is mostly valuable in lobular breast cancer, or when you are dealing with very small volume disease. It can also help in ductal cancer, but we are not routinely used in invasive ductal cancer. It is a non-invasive imaging modality for pregnant cancer patients, and it is evolving for early response assessment. So we have now, at this moment, a cohort study for staging. We have a grant for a new study in whole body diffusion MRI, and multiple centers in Europe are taking this up. But of course, it is about collaboration. Never to forget, we sit together with our clinicians. We can now fuse the images so they can understand the images better. But the radiologist is also a clinician. We are not sitting in a dark cave. Well, I'm sitting there most of the time. But I come to the consultation. Sometimes they ask me to come. And for me, that is very confronting because I don't often see this. But I think it is our role as a radiologist. We are clinicians together with you, and we help treating the patients. Thank you for your attention. Seeing lack of time, I think I will be still out there for coffee. So I'm open for questions there.
So good afternoon, everybody. We are going to start because we're running a little bit behind, as you've probably looked at the schedule. I think one of the things to reassure everyone is that our third speaker unfortunately can't come. So we've only got 2 speakers in this session. Okay. Just to introduce our first speaker. Yes, quiet, please. Right. Is everybody listening? Good. So our first speaker is Professor Giovanni Corso, who is a breast surgeon at the European Institute of Oncology and a senior researcher at the University of Milan, and also president of the European Cancer Prevention Organization. And he's going to talk to us about hereditary lobular breast cancer. So welcome.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Many thanks, Steffi, for this special invitation. I am very happy to stay here at the International Invasive Lobular Carcinoma Symposium. I will present you an important topic, the correlation of germline CDH1 gene with the so-called hereditary lobular breast cancer. First one, we know that CDH1 gene encodes for an important protein, the E-cadherin, that is very fundamental for the cell-cell polarization and for the epithelium stability. And on the right, you can see that in case of function loss of E-cadherin, cells are abnormal with increased motility and with the metastasis ability. E-cadherin germline mutation have been identified in different cancer phenotypes, but the majority were identified in diffuse gastric cancer and invasive lobular breast carcinoma. There are other identification of E-cadherin germline mutation in other cancers, in prostate, colon, ovary cancer, but the frequency is very, very rare and not significant. When we talk about hereditary cancer, we have to consider the 2-hit model, dominantly inherited predisposition to cancer, entails a germline mutation, while tumorigenesis requires a second additional somatic mutation. So in this first session, I will show you somatic CDH1 gene inactivation in gastric and breast cancer. In gastric cancer, in diffuse gastric cancer in particular, CDH1 is considered a very important prognostic biomarker. In fact, in my study, we have observed that CDH1 somatic alteration are associated with a specific clinical pattern with poor prognosis, poor survival. We reported an aggressive pattern of gastric carcinoma with CDH1 somatic inactivation. Also, in breast cancer, in lobular breast carcinoma, CDH1 defect with somatic CDH1 inactivation is associated with the epithelium invasion and facility to develop metastasis, in particular in local regional lymph node. In particular, this is evident, strongly associated with the lobular breast carcinoma. In this second session, I will show you the counterparty, the germline CDH1 gene inactivation. At the beginning, in 1998, Barry Guilford identified firstly 3 pathogenic CDH1 germline mutation in Maori families. This family show a very important, a strong aggregation for diffuse gastric cancer and for lobular breast carcinoma. But in 1999, the International Gastric Cancer Linkage Consortium defined clinical criteria for CDH1 genetic screening. But we can observe that later, these clinical criteria were revised and modified several times. In 2018, in Milan, we have proposed newly the definition of hereditary lobular breast cancer, introducing new clinical criteria for CDH1 genetic testing. For lobular breast cancer, take attention for families with bilateral manifestation with young age at diagnosis and with a positive family history for breast cancer. Consider that in hereditary lobular breast cancer phenotype, there is no evidence of gastric cancer in this family. The history for gastric cancer is not important. So lobular breast cancer can be the first manifestation in CDH1 germline carriers. So in 2020, the International Gastric Cancer Linkage Consortium, this is the last one, modified additional clinical criteria and introduced the concept of hereditary, confirmed the concept of hereditary lobular breast cancer with particular attention to family history, young age at diagnosis, and the presence of lobular breast carcinoma in these families, with or without gastric cancer aggregation. It is important to consider that the incidence of gastric cancer associated with germline CDH1 mutation is very high in case of strong family history, of positive family history for gastric carcinoma, when more than 3 cases of gastric cancer are identified. So this means that positive family history is an important risk factor per se. And the penetrance risk is lower in unselected population of gastric cancer, but we can see that in breast cancer, the risk is stable. Also, in absence of family history for breast cancer or for gastric cancer. There is no particular risk for prostate and colorectal cancer. When we see the overall risk for breast cancer in all subtypes, CDH1 is not so important. But when we select lobular breast cancer, we can see that the risk is the highest, more than BRCA1 and 2. How many mutations? We know that literature reports more than 500 CDH1 mutation in gastric cancer with different subtypes, but we can see that the frequency of missense mutation, that is a particular and important topic, increases in unselected gastric cancer series. Consider that also an important factor, that this number is lower than reality because it refers only to published data. There are many more identified CDH1 variants. And about this point, we can confirm that about 10% of the total identified germline mutation were reported in non-gastric tumor. The majority, we can see, are identified in lobular breast cancer, more than 60%. This is my study. In our cancer institute, we have performed a genetic screening in about 400 lobular breast cancer patients, focusing on CDH1 genetic testing. And starting from more than 5,000 of primary lobular breast carcinoma, we selected about 2,000 of patients with a possible phenotype of hereditary lobular breast cancer. But we screened only about 400 patients, and we identified 15 CDH1 germline mutation. And among these, we note that the majority of these patients are with germline mutation carrier, are young age at diagnosis, present a positive family history of breast cancer and a bilateral manifestation. You can see the pedigree of germline mutation carriers with the bilateral manifestation, with early onset diagnosis, and with a very important family history for lobular and breast cancer. We also explored the somatic component of hereditary lobular breast cancer families in positive carriers. And in accord with the second mechanism, we analyze CDH1 promoter methylation, LUH, and a second somatic mutation in these germline CDH1 carriers. So we identified that in hereditary lobular breast cancer families, we identified that LUH and a second mutation are more frequent than promoter methylation in this table, differently from the hereditary diffuse gastric cancer, in which promoter CDH1 methylation is predominant. And in the specific, in our lobular breast cancer, we have identified that CDH1 was inactivated with promoter methylation in 20% of cases. And this is a very, very rare phenomenon. These are the CPZ island methylated. And somatic mutation is present in 70% and LOH in 60%. So structural alteration are more important than promoter methylation. That seems a very rare event in hereditary lobular breast cancer. So in conclusion for this study, we can state that 60% of family present a positive history of breast cancer. One patient present a diffuse gastric carcinoma after mucosa examination after prophylactic total gastrectomy. But other individuals carrying pathogenic mutation refuse prophylactic total gastrectomy after genetic counseling. Measure for risk management in this context, in the context for hereditary lobular breast cancer, measures are very specific and very important to consider these factors. This strategy, in particular bilateral mastectomy or breast surveillance, considering in particular MRI. Literature discuss also about the possible benefit of chemoprevention using tamoxifen. Prophylactic total gastrectomy is a possible option to reduce the risk of gastric cancer in hereditary lobular breast cancer patients. But in accord with the International Gastric Cancer Linkage Consortium, prophylactic total gastrectomy is not the first option, because there is no family history for gastric cancer. But it's important to suggest yearly an endoscopy with 25 mucosa biopsies. The evolution of this CDH1 genetic screening is the lobular card. This study is open, and we are testing all lobular breast cancer women using the Illumina protocol with 130 genes. Preliminary results of this study will be extracted the next year, but we have many new variants associated with the lobular breast cancer predisposition. So finally, recommendation, I would recommend you to consider CDH1 in lobular breast cancer using specific clinical criteria, discuss also a bilateral mastectomy only in pathogenic mutation in case of positive family history in young age after diagnosis and in cases of bilateral manifestation. Prophylactic total gastrectomy is not strongly indicated in absence of gastric cancer history, so in cases of hereditary lobular breast cancer, but suggest gastric or breast screening in case of unclear mutation or unclear clinical condition. Yes, germline CDH1 mutation in hereditary lobular breast cancer is a very rare phenomenon. It accounts in about 3%. But today, this is the only one unequivocally associated with lobular breast cancer. There are no other specific genes associated exclusively with lobular breast cancer, more than BRCA1 and 2. Please test for CDH1 young women with lobular breast cancer, with the bilateral manifestation, and with the positive history for breast cancer and or for gastric carcinoma. This year, we have published this book with Springer, focusing specifically with hereditary gastric and breast cancer syndrome. And finally, this is my journal, the European Journal of Cancer Prevention, and you are welcome in submitting articles, original letter or reviews, and you can contact me if you want via mail before the submission. Thank you so much for your attention.
That was great. Thanks very much. So I think we've got time for a couple of questions. Any questions? Well, I have a quick question. So I see that you had some pure lobular carcinoma in situ that you recruited into your study. So did you find any CDH1 mutations just in patients with LCIS and no invasive carcinoma?
All lobular breast cancer are invasive.
So you haven't looked in the in situ at all?
In situ lobular carcinoma.
Okay. Great.
We have tested, but there are no mutations.
You haven't found any. Okay, thank you. Any other questions before we move on? Great, thank you very much. So our next speaker is Dr. Ethan Sokol, who is the principal scientist on the computational discovery team at Foundation Medicine, where he leads the development of genomic biomarkers. He undertook his PhD at MIT, where he studied normal mammary development and breast cancer using 3D organoid models and had a high throughput screening data. And a major focus of his work now is breast cancer, particularly lobular breast cancer. And we're very excited to see all your data.
Thank you. Can you hear me all right? Great. I especially want to thank Steffi and Adrian for the invitation to present at this meeting. I've very much been looking forward to this meeting for months and am really honored and happy to be here sharing our data. Before I get started, these are my disclosures. I'm an employee at Foundation Medicine and a shareholder in Roche, the parent company of Foundation Medicine, and all the opinions shared here are my own. So second day in the conference, I don't really need to have this slide at all, but everyone knows that ILC are distinct from IDC, including typically uniform ER-positive staining, single file patterns, characteristic loss of E-cadherin, and we know that there are diagnostic challenges with imaging to even identify these tumors, typically leading to presentation at a later stage than if they were caught early. Yet, despite these differences, ILC are largely treated identically to ER-positive IDC. In the last decade, there has been a huge uptake in the use of comprehensive genomic profiling to identify targetable alterations in tumors. So the way this works typically is using clinically available formalin-fixed, paraffin-embedded slide blocks. These undergo DNA extraction and are deeply sequenced evenly to identify all classes of alterations, including substitutions, insertions, deletions, amplifications, and rearrangement events of both somatic and germline origin. The findings from the sequencing are then overlaid with the existing literature knowledge and to identify potentially actionable alterations and clinical trials. These tests typically will include complex biomarkers such as tumor mutational burden and microsatellite instability, which are immune checkpoint inhibitor biomarkers. While most of these include tissue as the modality, liquid biopsies have been emerging for multiple areas, including monitoring for early detection and other areas. Currently, there are a couple of drugs on the market that require genomic profiling on their label in order to give the drug. Given the large number of patients that have now undergone sequencing with genomic profiling, we were interested in examining if there were differences in the characteristics genomically between ductal carcinomas and lobular carcinomas. And so what we did is we looked at over 500 lobular carcinomas and almost 700 ER-positive ductal carcinomas, and examined patient characteristics, genomic profiling results, and mutational burden. Consistent with other studies and data you've seen earlier in the meeting, ILCs are typically found in older patients, as you can see here on the left, and are frequently biopsied from unique metastatic sites, including the GI tract, female reproductive tract, bone marrow, and the omentum, and have a much lower frequency of biopsy from the liver. Genomically, we found a large diversity of alterations in the lobular carcinomas. Highest frequency was in CDH1, the gene encoding for E-cadherin. These were predominantly short variants, but these included some deletions and rearrangement events as well. Second most common in a majority of patients were PI3 kinase alterations, but other things of note include high frequency of ESR1 and NF1 mutations that are associated with therapeutic resistance to endocrine therapy, developmental transcription factors like TBX3, zinc finger 703, RUNX1, almost a 10% frequency of HER2 mutations, other AKT pathway alterations, BRCA, just a lot of different alterations that may be potentially targetable or give indications as to what might be driving the tumor. So the first high-level observation was related to the AKT pathway. As I noted, more than 50% of patients harbored a mutation in PI3 kinase, with additional patients with P10 and AKT1, among others. Collectively, almost 2/3 of ILC harbored one or more alterations in an AKT pathway gene, relative to less than half of ER-positive IDC, and this finding was statistically significant. And why this matters clinically is based on the SOLAR-1 and the Capitello 291, among other trials. There's all kinds of agents in phase 1, phase 2 trials that are trying to target the AKT pathway. But these two in particular, the SOLAR-1, showed that adding a PI3 kinase inhibitor to fulvestrant in advanced PI3 kinase mutant tumors resulted in significantly improved outcomes. And with 50% of ILC harboring PI3 kinase mutations, this is potentially relevant. The other trial I'd like to highlight here is the Capitello 291 trial. So here they added a AKT inhibitor and examined outcomes, in the overall cohort and then specifically the AKT mutant cohort. And what was notable is that within the AKT mutant cohort, there was a significant extension of progression-free survival with much better tolerability than current PI3 kinase inhibitors. And so if this is FDA approved, this is potentially meaningful to almost 2/3 of ILC, of patients with ILC. As we further dug into the AKT pathway, we found that approximately 8 to 9% of metastatic lobular carcinomas harbored 2 or more alterations in PI3 kinase genes, relative to only about 2% in invasive ductal carcinoma. In a science paper from a couple of years ago, Dr. Neil Vasan demonstrated that tumors with 2 or more PI3 kinase alterations show an addiction to the AKT pathway. These typically occur in cysts, lead to a hyperactivation, but fortunately have a hypersensitivity to PI3 kinase or AKT inhibitors. They showed this through a bunch of cell line and mouse models, but they were also able to collaborate using data from the Sandpiper trial showing that single PIK3CA mutant had a modestly higher response rate when a PI3 kinase inhibitor was added, but that this effect size was much greater in the patients with 2 or more PI3 kinase mutations. And so I think there are potential opportunities to study this further, given the very high prevalence within lobular carcinoma. One of the next things we noticed when we were examining the long tail of alterations within our lobular carcinoma cohort was the the modest frequency of BRCA1 and 2 alterations. These predominantly occurred in BRCA2 and were found in 6% of the cohort. These alterations were predicted to be half of them germline and half of them somatic. But regardless of the origin, in almost every case, we saw a loss of the second allele, either through a second hit in BRCA or through loss of heterozygosity of the second allele. We were able to show in data that I didn't include in this slide that these biallelic alterations are strongly associated with genomic scarring, suggesting that they're leading to functional deficiencies in the homologous recombination repair pathway. In work that should be coming out in JCO-PO soon, we were able to examine mutations in BRCA in breast cancers. Due to limitations in number, this data is from all breast cancer patients, ER-positive breast cancer patients, and not just those with ILC. There were a few included in this cohort, so that's a limitation here at this conference. But currently, only germline BRCA mutations are on label for PARP inhibitors, which is a class of therapies that can target homologous recombination deficiencies, including deficiencies caused by biallelic loss of BRCA. However, we were able to turn to a real-world data set, clinicogenomic data set, where physicians, for whatever reasons, chose a therapy in the metastatic setting for their patients. And we were able to show that in a heavily pretreated population, that patients with germline BRCA mutations here in red, or somatic BRCA or germline PALB2 mutations had similar progression-free survival intervals of approximately 6 months. Similarly, when we looked at a scar-based measure of homologous recombination, we were able to show that patients with functional evidence of HRD based on scarring had longer progression-free intervals than patients that were negative for a scar-based measure. So this is very early work, retrospective, but I think there are opportunities to increase, potential opportunities to increase the population of patients who might benefit from DNA damage response inhibitors, such as PARP inhibitors, ATM, ATR inhibitors. And I would really like to see prospective trials that examine beyond this smaller subset of just germline BRCA. One other thing we identified in our study was a very high frequency of high mutational burden in lobular carcinoma. So mutational burden is a measure of how many mutations there are across the genome. And the more mutations you have, the more likely the body's immune system is to recognize a tumor as being not self rather than being self. So we found that approximately 22% of metastatic lobular carcinoma had a high TMB, defined as greater than 10 mutations per megabase. We use this definition based on the current FDA label for advanced cancers for the immune checkpoint inhibitor pembrolizumab. We found that in almost all of the cases of high TMB, these were associated with an ApoBec signature. So this is a cytidine deaminase process. And other signatures like MMR were extremely rare in lobular breast cancer and ER-positive ductal carcinomas. And so since these patients are on label for pembrolizumab in the advanced setting, this provides a potential additional option when considering the next lines of therapy. I'll skip that one for time. In collaboration with investigators at the Duke and Mayo Clinic, we examined a bit more the characteristics of ApoBec positive tumors. So again, turning to a retrospective clinicogenomic real-world database, we found that patients that were positive or TMB high and ApoBec positive generally had pretty quick progression on standard of care in the metastatic setting, CDK4/6 inhibitors and endocrine therapy, both for overall survival and progression-free survival, with significant hazard ratios of about 2. So this suggests that the standard of care is maybe not working for this subset of patients, and we need alternative options. And while this is very, very small and descriptive, and I'd like to state that twice, I just did now, we were able to look at a small cohort of patients at Duke and Mayo who, after progression on standard of care CDK4/6 inhibitors and endocrine therapy, received checkpoint inhibitors, either as monotherapy or in combination with chemotherapy. And what they found is that approximately half of the patients had a modest to strong response of at least 6 months. 2 of these patients with the strong responses were lobular carcinomas, and 1 patient in this cohort who was in NST breast cancer had a greater than 3-year complete clinical response. More work is needed to examine checkpoint inhibitors here, but again, it's a potential tool when thinking of additional lines of therapy in the metastatic setting. So one other question we were really interested in asking is whether there were differences in resistance to therapy in lobular carcinomas versus ER-positive ductal carcinomas. And so the approach we took to investigate this was by comparing local tumors to metastases. The metastases tend to be post-therapy and resistant. And we made this comparison of local versus met for both lobular carcinomas and ductal carcinomas. And what we found is ESR1 mutations, which are common, especially post-fulvestrant, were common in both lobular carcinomas and ductal carcinomas, with somewhere between a 15 and a 25% frequency. However, what stood out to us was NF1 alterations, which were seen at a much lower frequency in ER-positive ductal carcinomas, but we're seeing it over a 10% frequency in lobular carcinomas. These were mutually exclusive, with ESR1 mutations suggesting that they represent a different way of becoming endocrine therapy resistant. And when we were able to look at patients who had multiple sequenced biopsies during the course of care, these NF1 alterations occurred following endocrine therapy treatments, sometimes with especially when profiled in liquid biopsy with polyclonal disease. In cell line experiments with some collaborators at MIT, we were able to show that a potential synergy between CDH1 and NF1 leading to outgrowth of cells in endocrine therapy, specifically in the CDH1 background. So that some of this biology may be occurring as a result of synergies with a loss of CDH1. I think one thing that really stood out to us about this NF1 finding is a huge clinical need. So the next generation of SERDs, which are one of the like primary, second and third line options post endocrine therapy, is that they seem to primarily only work in ESR1 mutant patients. And when you have alternative pathways like, KRAS, NF1, MAP kinase, we need options for these patients as well. And so earlier in the meeting, there was kind of a push for a basket trial in early breast cancer. I'd like to make a push for a basket trial in the metastatic setting, post-endocrine therapy, when we really need to be investigating all the options in the tool chest. And so I think this is my last major slide. So I just wanted to highlight some work that was published this last year. So it included both lobular and ductal carcinomas, but what we had done is we had sequenced, for patients who had longitudinal sequencing, we were able to look at what mutations were acquired on the second biopsy that weren't there in the first biopsy, in order to get an idea of kind of how dynamic these tumors are in changing, what they acquire that may be targetable. And so what we found is that a majority of patients with longitudinal biopsies had at least one acquired alteration. These primarily, for the most common ones, are some genes we understand to be acquired: ESR1 mutations, NF1 mutations, BRCA reversions, PI3 kinase. But if we kind of look at the kind of longer tail of alterations, there's acquired EGFR, RAF1, FGF alterations, fusions in RET, HER2 fusions, CDK12 alterations that may have immune checkpoint inhibitor or PARP inhibitor implications. So there's a diversity of alterations that are acquired here, but and I think having a prospective trial that tests each of these individually, you'd never find all the patients you need. But in order to kind of potentially show the utility of targeting these agents, you could have a prospective basket trial. So in conclusion, I showed you that ILC are genomically distinct from IDC, and there's a high frequency of potentially targetable genes. This includes 63% with AKT pathway alterations. With so many of these emerging agents, this I think will be an important modality. There's 22% of metastatic ILC with high TMB and APOBEC positivity, 6% with BRCA mutations. We know that these tumors evolve during the course of care, and that ILC have unique patterns of resistance with more NF1 alterations than ductal carcinomas. And so I think the era of precision medicine is still coming into its own. I think there's been a lot of progress and a lot of future work. So I'm excited to see how we can target these tumors more smartly to improve patients' lives.
So thank you for that fantastic talk. I'm sure there's some questions. So any hands up? Yes. Rachel.
So we that was on tissue biopsy. I'd say for liquid biopsy, one of the major challenges is how much tumor DNA is in the blood. And so if you have very little tumor DNA, a lot of biomarkers are kind of missed or underestimated. In cases of high shed, which tends to be closer to only like 10 to 20% of patients, I think you can reproducibly calculate biomarkers like, TMB or MSI high. But I'd caution folks to include that as a covariate if they're doing an analysis on liquid biopsy.
Same question. Almost the same question, but looking versus your germline data versus your somatic data and your ability to detect those somatic variations, were you talking about, again, were you looking at that in tissue or were you looking at that in ctDNA?
So most of the data I presented was within tissue biopsy, but that last data slide came from a paper where we predominantly looked at liquid biopsy. And I think the liquid biopsies will, because they're integrating the entire shed DNA from every site, will pick up more alterations and will pick up the polyclonal. They'll pick up, 3, 4 ESR1 mutations if each lesion independently gained that as a resistance mechanism.
And then one final one. Do you think your liquid biopsy ESR1 is as sensitive as your tissue biopsy somatically?
I would say more, in fact, because while a tissue biopsy is taking one geographical region from one lesion, the liquid biopsy is capturing all of the lesions. And I think there'll be a lot of work to figure out, if 2 of 4 lesions have ESR1, do you still give like the next generation SERD? How do you manage that with, the heterogeneity of disease? But
yeah, I was just wondering, in your 22% of ILCs which were TMB high, was there any association with ILC histological subtype? Like, were these more likely to be pleomorphic ILCs? And also, was there any association with hormone status?
Yeah, I wish I had that additional histological information. I think given the small number of cases in that cohort, I could probably ask one of my colleagues in pathology to go back and actually look at the H&E images himself. But at the time, we only had the ILC, IDC bucket information.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Do you have any indication in your data that the cases with multiple PIK3CA mutations were present in the same cells or same population of cells as opposed to different subclones of cells?
Yeah, so the majority of those, so I'll point you to our manuscript. I guess, I don't know if the slides are shared, but I tried to put all the PubMed IDs on there. But the majority of cases within breast cancer were in cysts when accessible. I think for, we did a pan cancer study, and for melanoma and lung, they tend to be in either trans or in different subpopulations. But for breast cancer, they tended to be in cysts, which can only happen if they're happening within the same cell.
Any other questions? I don't think. Oh, yeah, one.
Given the importance of coffee number variation in breast cancer, and in many ways, you could argue it's even more important than focal mutations, were you able to kind of correlate and monitor that while you're watching all these other smaller scale events?
Yeah, so we looked at high-level amplification changes. I think we're just starting to examine that more, and I think we are seeing differences between subtypes, but it's too early to say definitively at this point.
Great. So thank you very much for a wonderful talk.
Thank you, dear organizers, for allowing me to moderate this session. We have an illustrious panel of speakers here today. We'll be continuing to educate us on on what makes ILC such a unique entity and also the clinical implications of this. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce Dr. Suzanne Fuqua. She is PhD Joint Professor of Medicine at Baylor College of Medicine. She is a co-associate director of education, co-leader of the nuclear receptor program at Baylor College of Medicine. She's a University of Houston alumni. She has impeccable teaching credentials because she was a postdoctoral mentor for Steffi here. So so I think that just wins. So without further ado, she's going to be bringing a very unique perspective today as a researcher and also as a person with ILC. So without further ado.
But this is my coming out today. In February, I had surgery and it was invasive lobular cancer. So what did I do? Well, Steffi knows. I started reading everything I could read. But being a researcher, I actually was calm. I feel like I know so much. And when I received my clinical markers, I was even calmer. What was the next thing I did? Well, many of you may know I've been involved in advocacy education for a number of years. So I've worked with patient advocates for a number of years and I've loved that. So after talking with my colleagues, deciding what I wanted to do, who's the next people that I called? My advocate friends. And I said, you know, I want to be a research patient advocate, not just an educator. I want to find my niche. I want to find the clinical problem that I'm interested in. So after speaking with them and many conversations with Mo Ramawi, a medical oncologist, I first wanted to say this. With my long years in science, it has internalized. I have accepted a set of norms, data, and dogma through many years in translational research. So I come from perspective, a strong perspective. I am fortunate to have outstanding colleagues that I work with and an incredible clinical team to manage my career. I'm confident they are my friends, my colleagues, and I know they will take care of me. Now, my talk is meant to stimulate discussion and ideas, and is not, my clinical colleagues, a criticism of standard care practices. So this is how I see adjuvant endocrine therapy. Let's start in the middle, okay? It's a long road. We have 5 to 10 years of AI, tamoxifen or switch. But the bumps in that road, as I see, is clonal evolution, multiple evolutionary trajectories, and I'll talk about that a little bit. And now we just heard today a lot about APOBEC, and that worries me, right? And I also think it's an incredible target, but it's really concerned. I put a big question mark. Now, what do we do? I've been taught, starting with Bill McGuire, about prognosis of good and bad prognosis. So what we do is if you have advanced disease, if you have a bad prognosis, you can receive neoadjuvant therapy. We've advanced that. We have the CDK inhibitor now in the neoadjuvant space, right? And then we go to the extremes, as we should. We have focus. I dedicated my life to studying metastatic breast cancer. And so for the bad, when the cancer comes back, we do have precision oncology. We've heard a lot about it, so I'm not going to repeat that. I just highlighted, of course, what's going on. Now, what I've been studying is that little thing down there, say chromatin reprogramming, okay, and metastatic. And I'm not going to talk much about that, only just a little bit at the very end of my science. But then what I discovered when I started reading was the paucity of clinical trials, and I couldn't believe it. I absolutely was shocked. Shocked that the number of trials specific for lobular cancer or the number of trials that didn't break down the classifications. We've seen that earlier, so that we can analyze what's going on, right? And so that was a surprise to me. So what's missing in our approach? These are my thoughts and thoughts of my patient advocate friends. Cancer is lurking. I don't want to wait for symptoms. Why wait until the cancer returns? My metastases can harbor different mutations. So you've seen that, right? In the beautiful studies we've had here. And you know, I forgot to say, thank you for the organizing committee. This has been one heck of a conference, and I cannot believe all the advocates I see here. I realize I've learned too much. I know way too much about metastasis. And now we know it, we know it's incurable. I love the graph of showing the clones that evolve. And I've learned in my own science, in my own lab, preclinical therapeutic studies, that we're playing whack-a-mole many times. And I actually changed my direction to chromatin biology when I had a heart-to-heart with myself before my diagnosis of where my own research was going. So this must have been prophetic. We wrote a review paper in 2016. So that was a year that the validation of my original discovery was made by many, many groups. And I saw the value of liquid biopsy, and I saw this, and so I have arrows. So I've done the next gen sequencing. I know what mutations caused my breast cancer, okay? I know their clonal frequency that they were in the tumor. I am doing on many of my physicians who have talked with CT surveillance every 6 months. What I don't have available to me is where I've X'd out there that I had in my prophetic figure, is that I don't have precision oncology in the adjuvant setting. And I didn't realize that was a hole. I had to, you don't know the number of my friends, clinical colleagues I called. I said, oh, I mean, I'm going to have to pay. My insurance will pay for this. I'm going to have to pay for this if I want this. So I want to join the conversation. I want to be both an advocate and a scientist. I hope you allow me to join you. And I started doing a little bit more thinking about what I really want to do as an advocate. And it really was the study by Charlie Coombs that hit me, along with another study I'll show in just a minute. So it's eBliss, where they've done CT monitoring, post-surgery and adjuvant chemo, but you could be on adjuvant therapy during it. And it's this concept of lead bias. So first off, if you have a CT in the first samples, you have a worse prognosis, as shown on the right, on the left. And that's a heck of a different curve there. If you look, except I have to say, with this is a mixed bag study, okay? There are both triple negatives and different subtypes in there, so that curve could be driven by that. But if you look on the right, and that's the main part, is the lead time that you have between your molecular relapse, when your ctDNA shows your tumor-specific mutation evolving in the blood, and the clinical relapse. For me, that is the golden opportunity, right? The golden opportunity. We can identify preclinical metastases and use second-line therapies early. Of course, there's always limitations. There's no guarantee of a recurrence. I was told in the beginning, I have an extremely good prognosis. I'll get to that in a slide or two. Many people are thinking about this. I know that. I'm not the first to think about this, but here's what I think. Molecular relapse. We have low-hanging fruit. We have the HER2 mutation, which we heard about yesterday. We can use different agents for that. In fact, they're using that now in the neoadjuvant setting. So I want to straighten that road and try to move drugs up front with molecular relapse. And I beg and ask my clinical colleagues to help us think if we can do this, if it's feasible. Jason, this is what I said at the beginning of the meeting I wanted to talk to you about in your office next week. Okay, what's the other piece of evidence that makes me hopeful to do this? And that is a trial called Padawan. So it's in metastatic disease. It's during clinical progression, but they switched the drugs from an AI to fulvestrant if you had molecular relapse. And I encourage you to read that paper because it did make a difference. In fact, if you didn't switch, if you switched later, you did not respond as well at all. Okay. We cannot wait, please, for heterogeneity and evolution of multiple clones to happen. It's just too late. We have to move it up closer. So a lot of the stuff I've written there is what we now have heard about in the meeting. And I do a question. Of course, you have to question your own research, that last point. Are we just kicking the can down the road? But we won't know unless we can try some trials like these. So I am risk adverse. I don't bet in Las Vegas, and I certainly won't bet on my own healthcare. Okay. Let patients have the choice and move precision oncology to the adjuvant setting. I would probably, if I had a molecular relapse or when, would join your clinical trial. Can we keep the enemy at bay? That's really the question. And we don't have risk estimates. So it really has to be based upon your personal choice. One aside, how am I doing on time?
You're doing well.
Okay. Just make sure. This is my alternate ego. It's my alternate ego for a couple of reasons. One, I've not had an easy time in my career. All of us, and me especially, I was met with criticism about my science. Other people couldn't find it. There are a lot of reasons for that, and it's not worth going into. But if you go into your safe place, your alter ego, where you can conquer anything, you will fight. You're in that safe place. I'm in that safe place right now. I can look out over the landscape of how we treat breast cancer, and I can decide, I'm going to win. I'm going to make this happen. I can do it. That's what your alter ego is. It is your support structure to get through the hard times. It's your support structure to make these hard decisions about your treatment. So that's my personal statement there. Okay. Just one few more tidbits. Okay. We kind of hid in the paper, again, 2016, something that's not been noticed by anyone. And we did really deep ddPCR. We didn't do it. We actually sent it off to UT Southwest. Saw you walk in. And any signal was a positive. So this is before any type of ctDNA, protocols and really how you do this, but anything positive was positive. And we're only reporting a few. We only reported a few. We didn't report everything we found. And so we looked in a unique cohort of tamoxifen-only treated patients. You can see they were a much older study. And what we're able to see was a fairly high frequency of, on the left-hand side, of the mutations. And we looked for specific Y537N, S, and D538G. And it predicted recurrence-free survival, but not overall survival. And I was always intrigued about that. And so we've published since then that tamoxifen effectively blocks ESR1 mutations are relatively resistant to tamoxifen, but it does benefit in some patients. That's what this data says. And what we understand now from a later publication in 21 using animal models is that we could actually block metastasis, and we were able to define the genes that were being blocked by metastasis by ESR1 mutations. So a more recent paper on the right-hand side is using ultra sensitive. In fact, I'm not even sure I understand the technique very well. And what you're seeing in all the patients have an extremely low level of ESR1 mutations. This needs to be repeated. It's going to be controversial, I'm sure. But if we already have the seeds of ESR1 mutations, we have to think about our current strategy of 5 to 10 years of one agent, an aromatase inhibitor. So it's thought-provoking, and I look forward to finding out. All right, my science. 2 slides, I think, on my science. So I just mentioned that in the paper on the left-hand side, we did a simple experiment. We mixed cells that have the mutant with cells that had the wild type in different percentages. And at metastasis, you had a significantly increased risk of metastasis. For us, I said it was a driver of metastasis. And when it did metastasize, it was 100% mutant, even in the very lowest frequency of 1% ESR mutant cells. And so that was really a proof principle of what we hypothesized more than 20 years before that, is that it's a metastatic driver. On the right-hand side is what has helped me change the research focus in my laboratory during COVID, when you have more time to think. So what this is taking all these models that are Y537S, are cells like the T47D that have developed tamoxifen resistance, the WIM20 PDX, are all mutant models, and look at primaries versus, how many do I have? I forget, 1 to 4 METs per each one, okay? So these are the growth factor receptors. This is RNA expression. That's their expression. And what you see with the lines going down is where the metastasis has lost that expression. So we have targeted RON. You can see one model loses RON. So the primary had it, metastasis didn't. IGF-1R, 2 of the models lose IGF-1R. ESR1, we've heard that today. You can lose ESR1 expression in your metastases. That then told me that was not the approach I wanted to continue doing, okay? And then from those studies, what we're able to do is to deep dive. Again, I'm leaving out all the details because it's not published yet, but we were able to identify genes involved in metastasis. In our mutant models, metastatic mutant models, move it to the primary and look for whether they could predict, or if those signatures were expressed in patients early. That's the circle at the very top up there, okay? So we got ESR1 metastatic genes that are being expressed in primary patients. We took those genes, and in the middle panel, we said, okay, are they really overexpressed in metastatic disease? It was a collaboration with Fraser Simmons. Sorry, I can't show you the genes yet because the IP is pending. But they are all overexpressed. So we were able to take our genes and refine it to 10 genes that are overexpressed in metastatic disease. And what's showing on the right is that they predict metastasis of primary breast cancer to the bone and lung. We went further and then used a different database to validate it. And you can see the red line, they do predict. So again, these are metastatic overexpressed genes predicting outcomes in primary breast cancer. And then in B, you can see that we're getting pretty good, about 80% end of the curve using machine learning. So I can't tell you the genes, but those are my targets now. And they're very important in chromatin biology. So just to give you a hint of where I'm going. Our new hypothesis is that if we can block ER function, so those are the drugs we already have, okay? If we can use new drugs to block at the chromatin level and combine it to the drugs we use now, we have a double hit on ER. And I thank Adrian, who's here, because he agreed to collaborate on the new grant I just wrote. They went in before I came here this week. So my lab is very dedicated, very teamwork, also involved in patient education, which is really fun. I think science really is about challenging positions, and that's what I'm doing today, and having to defend them And I look forward to discussions with my clinical colleagues if this is even feasible. And of course, I thank all of you patients for your partnership for the long years and your perseverance in finding optimal treatments. And it's just reflected with all of you here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Fuqua, for that lovely speech, and also, I think, addressing a very important topic, which is ctDNA in surveillance. We'll save the questions for later. We'll proceed with Dr. Moavi. He's joining us from Texas. He's trained at Wayne State, Fellowship Ascension, St. John's, Detroit. He's assistant professor of breast oncology and general medical oncology at MD Anderson. He was a 2022 winner of the GRASP Award, and multiple times. And he had recently published a very interesting article about the lack of LCIS being a poor prognostic marker for ILC. He will be educating us on what makes ILC different from IDC, both at a genomic and transcriptome level. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. So I know it's the end of the day, but I'm going to try to keep you awake as much as I can and entertain you. All right. One thing very important, I don't know how to follow suit after Dr. Fuqua. You know, she was one of my mentors when I was at Baylor before jumping ship to MD Anderson. If you talk to Dr. Rimawi, I'm considered the traitor that went to MD Anderson across the street. But it's been great. I want to thank the organizing committee for inviting me to give this talk. It's really important. This meeting is really important, let me tell you. It's very disheartening last year to have a small only session about Lobular at the San Antonio, which is the breast meeting. So this is really nice having a meeting where all researcher, clinicians that have special interest in Lobular and patient advocates to come here, meet together, discuss very important topics and find solution and move the field forward. I can't tell you how much it gives me fuel and fire when I hear those advocates or patients that are suffering at this time with lobular cancer. It really makes me want to go back to Houston, back to my office and start working on IITs, research, and move the field forward. And I agree with Dr. Fuqua, we should move precision medicine to the early stage. This is where you can make the biggest dent on lobular cancer. We shouldn't just keep researching metastatic. It's very important to research metastatic setting, but bring them earlier to the early setting. All right. Now let's start with my talk. So I'm going to discuss today differential genomic and transcriptomic analysis of invasive lobular carcinoma versus invasive ductal carcinoma. It's really important to highlight the difference I felt is because every time I send an IIT to one of the pharma companies or even to a grant, they do not really understand why am I studying lobular separate than ductal. They still feel it should be studied as one, and then you do a subgroup analysis to see the difference. And my issue with that is you're never going to get enough lobular enrolled on a certain study to have enough patient to draw any conclusion. And that's what's been happening for years, right? Most studies included lobular. The problem is you couldn't draw any conclusions just because those studies were driven by the patient with ductal histology. And whatever works for them, they used to say it works for lobular, which is wrong. So it's really important to highlight the differences between those two subtypes of breast cancer, not only at the genomic level, but also at the transcriptomic level and the tumor microenvironment. How is the tumor interacting with this environment? That's very vital. And that's the next frontier to making lobular history. So I did work with a company called Boston Gene. And for them, you know, I also had to convince them. So when I first met with them, I was like, how do you study your breast cancer? And they said, based on, you know, like the subtype, triple negative, HER2 positive, ER positive. And I asked them, do you look at histology, lobular versus ductal? And they said, no, but they promised me that they will let me analyze 10 cases of lobular. And if they show that they are different than ductal, that they will fund further projects. And we did that. And that was the early days in my collaboration with Boston Gene, and we found that they have nothing in common, except both coming from the breast, they're different cancers. So these are my disclosures. I know you guys are sick of from this, but I cannot talk about lobular without showing this slide. as Patrick said, you're going to see a lot of depictions about E-cadherin and what's happened intracellularly with the catenins and actin filament. This is another depiction. But basically, you know, lobular is characterized by microscopically by small cells that insidiously infiltrate the mammary stroma and adipose tissue individually and in a single file pattern. And this is mainly due to a loss of the anchoring cell surface E-cadherin, mainly due to a mutation of the CDH1 gene, but we're going to see later for other reasons. These are pictures that I like to use, and these are from our pathology department. So you can clearly see the difference between ILC and IDC, both in the lower power field and high power field, how they infiltrate, whereas the IDC tend to form glands. The ILC do not do that. So before jumping into the genomic level, transcriptomic and human microenvironment, it's really important to show that they're also different in terms of clinical pathology. So in the table on your left-hand side, you can see that if you look at the stage of diagnosis, that lobular tend to present at a later stage. And that's mainly, honestly, because of the imaging and the screening that we have. They do not really work well, as you heard already, for lobular breast cancer. And that's why, unfortunately, lobular tend to get diagnosed at a later stage. And it has a higher proportion of de novo metastatic disease. If you look at the grade of those tumors, mostly they present at a lower grade, and only few of them present at the high grade, about 10%. And this is in contrast with the ductal, whereas 40% of them tend to present at a grade 3. And if you look at the proliferation activity, most lobular, 2/3 of lobular tend to have a low proliferation activity based on Ki-67, whereas only about 1/3 of ductal carcinomas. If you look at the pie charts on your right-hand side, here you can see that also the distribution based on IHC subtypes and PAM50 subtypes are different between lobular and ductal. Furthermore, very interestingly, if you look at the androgen receptor, almost 90% of lobular cancer will express the androgen receptor compared to about 50% of ductal cancers. And there was a couple of papers that looked at triple negative ILCs, and which represent 5% or less of ILCs, and they found that almost all of them are luminal AR. So they have very high AR expression. And that's what I do in my practice right now. Anytime a lobular come and they label as triple negative, I ask the pathologist, now they do it standard, but I ask them to check the AR, and it's almost always highly expressed. So those patients really do not behave like truly triple negative, and we should not be throwing like heavy regimen with like the Keynote 5-2 regimen on those patients, because we know that luminal AR tend to have a more indolent trajectory, like prognosis, and similar to that of luminal ER. This is a paper by Dr. Shtafi and Dr. Ozi Nasrazadani. And here what they did is that they looked up, they truly, this is the biggest study that looked at those outcomes, but they truly showed that the outcomes of ILC are inferior of that of IDC, even though those patients have been treated in a similar fashion. So these are different cancers, and I like to highlight them before even digging deep at the cellular level. So the goal was to identify novel biomarker, genetic alteration, transcriptomic features, and human microenvironment variations. And the goal for me, I'm really focused on finding therapeutics. Everything I do is to have an edge, to find something that I can act on. And it's to facilitate development of personalized treatment for patients with ILC. So the method, with the help of Boston Gene, we collected ILC and luminal IDC samples from 2 data sets from the TCGA and MetaBreak, and we performed differential expression and gene set enrichment analysis, revealing novel genomic, transcriptomic, and TME differences. So we analyzed around 1,700 samples. Initially, around 1,400 of them were labeled as luminal IDC and 293 as ILC. But there was issue with that. We think that a lot of samples are mislabeled, especially those that have CDH1 alterations. So if you look at the TCGA and the MetaBreak samples, they label them IDC or ILC only based on morphology. And we know from multiple studies that already been published, and the more impressive one was from Dr. Christian, that truly showed if you just follow histology, the discordant is very high between pathologists who call them IDC versus ILC. So that's a problem. We need to incorporate more tools in order to really show who is truly ILC. So if you look at the CDH1 alteration, especially looking at low CDH1 and looking at alteration and catenin beta 1 expression, so having low expression of catenin beta 1 and low CDH1, this is really suggestive of ILC and not of IDC. So based on that, we established what's called a histomolecular classification that not only incorporate the histological finding, but also CDH1 alteration and catenin beta 1. And based on those, we were able to reclassify some of those patients from IDC to ILC. And here we give an example, the one that's circled here. So this is a sample that truly had E-cadherin was non-existent. So E-cadherin was missing, and the catenin beta 1 was also very, very low. So this patient truly should not be an IDC with CDH1 mutation. It should be an ILC. So this one was reclassified as an ILC. And if you look at the panel on your right-hand side, you can really see that a lot of those patients based on CDH1 expression, now they were relabeled as ILC and not as IDC. And based on that, we were able to reclassify 8% of patients from IDC to ILC, or 93 samples. And once we did that, all the patients with CDH1 mutation were classified in the ILC subtype, and the IDC did not have any. And then after the reclassification, then we started analyzing at all the different levels. So at the genomic levels, and you've seen that already from multiple presentation, but we see around 66% of the sample had a CDH1 mutation. And if you look at the genomic, there are some that are more exclusive, not exclusive, but they are more enriched in the ILC subtypes, and the one that are more enriched in IDC. So if you look at mutation in TP53 and GATA3, you find them more prevalent in IDC. And if you look at PIK3CA, HER2 or ERBB2, and FOXA1, they're more prevalent in ILC. Now, very interestingly, if you look at the CDH1, and that's for me what the head scratcher, and that's why I put them in different colors. The one that's easy to understand, if you have a mutated CDH1, your CDH1 expression should be low. And this is the bulk of the patient with ILC, 66% of those samples. But then there are two other categories that are, to be honest, a little bit weird. Like, we need to understand them more. I got some answers for the one in yellow. And this is when CDH1 is wild type. It's not mutated, but the CDH1 expression is low. So there's multiple hypotheses here. Some of them evolve around epigenetic downregulation, like methylation. And sometimes you see novel fusions and stuff like that. So that can explain those. But I still cannot explain those CDH1 wild type with high CDH1, but yet high CDH1 expression, but yet they are seen in ILC samples. So more work needs to be done on those subtypes to really understand what's going on. Then they created this inference model that look at differential gene expression analysis. So basically, I know it's hard to understand. I'm going to try my best to explain it. So everything in gray, so this is in the middle, the gray dots, this is similar expression in IDC and ILC. So those have similar expression. Anything in red, the red dots, these are upregulated in ILC compared to IDC. And everything in blue, they are downregulated in ILC compared to IDC. And here I highlighted the one in blue is CDH1, which is the common one. So we know CDH1 is downregulated in ILC, and it's consistent. But based on this inference model, you find a lot of transcription factors. So TFA, P2B, SOX2, nostrin, and so forth, that are significantly higher expression in ILC, and other ones that are significantly lower expression in ILC. And using this inference model over here, you can really classify with high fidelity if a sample is an ILC sample or an IDC sample. And right now, that's what we're studying, this sample. So a lot of cases that are hard to say, to call them, whether they're ILC or IDC, by just running this inference model, you can really put them, you can really say this is an IDC or ILC. And even more interesting, if you look at the mixed ductal lobular, Some of them will be more ILC-like, and some of them will be more IDC-like. So maybe this group of mixed lobular ductal, you can really more stratify them into more ILC-like or IDC-like based on this inference model over here. And this is currently being studied. So the last one, which is the most exciting one and the most actionable, is looking at the tumor microenvironment. And in order to explain it, I'm going to first explain what Boston Gene does with the tumor microenvironment information. So, and this is proprietary for them. What they did is they analyzed over 10,000 samples of carcinomas and melanomas. And they found that by analyzing RNA sequencing data, they found that there was 4 phenotypes that are consistent across all tumor types. And these 4 phenotypes are the immune-enriched. So these are the clear-cut immune-enriched. And there is a subtype called immune-enriched fibrotic, which do have a lot of immune cells infiltration, but also a lot of fibroblasts. And they found 2 other subtypes, one called immune desert and one called immune fibrotic. And those do not really, the immune system cannot recognize them really well. So for me, for any test to have usefulness, it needs to have 2 things, right? It needs to be prognostic. So one of those 4 types should have better prognosis than the other. That's number 1. Number 2, if it can predict some type of benefit from therapy, so predictive, right? So prognostic and predictive, then it's a really useful test. Think about your oncotype. So the oncotype is prognostic. It can say the chance of recurrence at 9 to 10 years, but it can also predict chemotherapy benefit. So same thing, if you're going to show me a test, it need to have some prognostic and predictive capabilities. So they did show that those 4 different tumor microenvironment profile are prognostic. So if you look at the immune-enriched, so the straight immune-enriched, these have the best prognosis. And if you look at the immune desert and fibrotic, these are the worst prognosis, with the immune-enriched fibrotic somewhere in the middle. But they also showed that it is predictive of immunotherapy response. Now here, I'm going to show you an example in non-small cell lung cancer, but they did show it across all tumor types, and it's even better than PD-L1. So currently in non-small cell lung cancer, to predict response to immunotherapy, they use PD-L1, right? And it can predict around 30% of responders. But by just looking at their model, if a patient has an immune-enriched non-fibrotic, they can predict up to 63% who's going to respond to immunotherapy. And if the patient belongs to a fibrotic or immune desert, they know that those patients are unlikely to respond to immunotherapy. And right now, they're validating those data in prospective studies. So when we ran it on the lobular samples, very interestingly, we found that 44% of ILCs are actually immune-enriched. And they have high level of PD-L1, CTLA4, and LAG3, which is great. Because if you look at the Keynote 0 to 8 study, it was a negative study with single-agent pembrolizumab, but they found from the responders that 2/3 of responders had lobular histology. And then if you look at the Gelato study, although also it was a negative study, but they did say that a subgroup of patients with high immune markers can benefit from immunotherapy. And I think with this technology, with Boston Gene, we can really identify the patient who can benefit from immunotherapy. And I hate to say it, but I do use this one. Like when I run Boston Gene, part of standard of care, if my lobular breast cancer patient are immune-enriched, I do talk to the insurance company and I show them the paper from Boston Gene showing that patients who have immune-enriched, regardless of their cancer, do benefit from immunotherapy. And I had some successes at using immunotherapy and I've seen responses. That's why right now I'm working so hard to opening a study that incorporate immunotherapy. I don't think we should close the door on immunotherapy for ILC. I think it's still alive and we should dig deeper, but we should know which patient to give it to. But also very interestingly, with this Boston Gene technique, we found 30% of samples had enhanced vascularization with high level of VEGF-A and the platelet-derived growth factors. And you know, when I showed those data to my GU colleagues, the one that do like RCC cancers, Dr. Nizar Tanir, one of my mentors, I showed to him and he was like, this looks like clear cell RCC. And he was like, you should treat those patients with the immunotherapy plus TKI. Why you guys have not tried this yet? And this is another thing that I want collaborations with other people so we can talk to a pharma company to have those studies open. Because here, based on what we saw, 44% are immune enriched, 30% are highly vascularized. This is 70% of ILC patients. We can have target therapy today available for them, but we need to do the studies. So this is great. This was eye-opening. I am working on those two concepts to open studies, but I think with collaborations, we can be much more powerful and we can open it in multi-centers. Before I finish, I really want to acknowledge a few people. So I love this quote by Sir Isaac Newton, that he said that if I have seen further, it is by standing on the shoulders of giants. And this is so true. And every day I work at MD Anderson, I feel this is more and more true. And here are my giants. I put them here. And, without them, I cannot be where I am today. They really empower me. They push me forward. Being in academia is frustrating. It has its lows more than its highs. But it's important during your lows to have a mentor to push you forward, to keep going. Also, here are some of my mentors. I want to also thank Boston Gene and my team. But most importantly, I truly want to thank all the patients and their families who participated directly or indirectly in this study. Because, this study has samples, but all those samples came from patients. And those patients at some point took the decision to have their tissues being sequenced and being available for us to do studies and to advance the field. So I truly thank all patients and their families. I also want to thank the Lobular Breast Cancer Alliance. They give me the fuel and fire that I need to keep going and persevering. And I have two patients that truly are amazing, because I cannot tell you how frustrating it is to convince people to give grants to study Lobular, to convince pharma company to even donate drug to do studies on Lobular. And you need money. I mean, without money, I cannot do anything. And honestly, the first money that I got was from those two patients that allowed me to share their names. But these are two patients with lobular cancers. One of them donated all her 401k, all of it. And for me to be able to do my studies, and which is great. And it's amazing, but we need more. We need more funding. We need to advance this field very quickly. And unfortunately, where we are right now, it all depends on money. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Moabi. I couldn't agree more about you about first of all, your favorite phrase. I agree, we are who we are because of our teachers. And also your comment about we cannot give up on immunotherapy and ILCs. Now, again, the hour is late and it's amazing that you guys are all still here. We're going to restrict questions to after this session, if you don't mind. Hopefully I can convince the speakers to stay a little bit longer and take these questions one-on-one. Without further ado, Dr. Julia Foldy, my dear friend, clinic mate, NYU, Yale. Her active area of interest is novel cancer therapeutics, looking at targeted therapies, including new checkpoint targets. She is going to be talking about the distinct features of ILC versus IDC as related to the adjuvant NSABP trials. Thank you, Dr. Foldy.
Thank you. Can you all hear me? Great. So apologies in advance. I'm getting over a never-ending cold, so I might need to take a few sips of water along the way. But thank you to Steffi in particular and the whole organizing committee for allowing me to present our story today. This is a collaboration between our institution here as well as the NSABP, which is the National Surgical Adjuvant Breast and Bowel Project, one of the largest cooperative groups that has run a lot of the pivotal trials that established standard of care treatments in the adjuvant treatment of breast cancer. So this is a very special collaboration with them. And I'll be talking about distinct features of ILC and NST in 4 of these large trials. I have no conflicts of interest to disclose. So just very briefly, we've all been talking about how ILC is different from IDC, NST. Here, I'll just focus on long-term clinical outcomes as it relates to our study. So we know that lots of prior research suggests that patients with ILC have a different pattern of long-term clinical outcomes compared to patients with NST. Largely based on retrospective registry data, we know that patients with ILC might benefit less from chemotherapy than patients with IDC. ILC patients also have an increased propensity for late distant recurrences, which causes the majority of mortality and morbidity in this disease. To our best knowledge, there's only been one prior study addressing these unique differences in prospectively collected randomized trial data. And this was published back in 2008 in the JCO. This looked at 15 trials conducted by the IBCSG between 1978 and 2002 that included 767 patients with ILC. What they showed was that when looking at survival outcomes, patients with ILC tended to do better early in follow-up. So in the first 5 to 6 years of follow-up, they had less events in terms of recurrences and deaths than patients with IDC. But looking in later follow-up, after about 6 years, the curve suddenly crossed and patients with ILC tended to do worse. Now, this trial or this study had some limitations, including the fact that these trials were very heterogeneous. Not all of them included chemotherapy. And given how old they are, the majority of regimens were first-generation chemotherapy regimens without any anthracyclines or taxanes. And they also had shorter follow-up time for the later trials. So the goal of our study was to compare long-term clinical outcomes between patients with ILC and NST treated on 4 large NSABP adjuvant chemotherapy trials that all included anthracyclines, as well as some including taxanes, and all had at least 10 years of follow-up from diagnosis. So this table summarizes the 4 trials that we selected for this study. These are B22, 25, 28, and 30. The earlier 2, B22 and 25, the goal of the studies was to compare conventional AC, so adriamycin plus cyclophosphamide, with dose intensification of cyclophosphamide. And these were both negative studies. There was no benefit from dose intensification of cyclophosphamide. The later 2 trials, 28 and 30, were testing the addition of taxanes to AC and found that the addition of taxane led to a significant improvement, at least in disease-free survival in both studies, compared to just using an anthracycline alone. And this table also shows the proportion of ILC patients in each trial, as well as the proportion of ER-positive patients. You can also see that most patients who were either age 50 or older or had ER-positive disease in the later trials also received tamoxifen. The primary endpoints were disease-free and overall survival. And just pointing out here that all the trials have a median follow-up of at least 10 years at this point. So a different way of looking at these trials is, this is a Sankey plot, which was created by Neil Carlton, who's a very talented MD PhD student in the Lee Osterreich lab and was intimately involved in this project. So this is showing a combination of all the 4 trials, the different randomization arms, as well as by histologic subtype. So the entire cohort included over 12,000 patients. The first 2 trials had 3 arms each, and the latter 2, again, had the addition of Taxol or Taxotere to AC, and there were 11,261 patients with IDC and ST, and 1,233 patients with ILC. Again, this is all 4 studies combined. Now, this table is showing baseline characteristics of the patients and tumors. This is our study cohort, which is slightly smaller than what was shown on the previous slide. This is to make sure that we have complete data for all these 4 variables listed here: age, ER status, and T and N status, because these were the variables that we went on to analyze statistically. So from this table, you can immediately see that patients with ILC tended to be diagnosed at older ages, tumors that were larger, tumors that had more nodal involvement, and were more likely to be ER positive. These are all known factors that are different between ILC and IDC, but it was nice to see that this panned out in this cohort of patients as well. So a couple of slides on our statistical methods. Dr. Stuart Anderson is a biostatistician here at University of Pittsburgh, as well as the NSABP. He was involved in the statistical analyses of all these trials when they were being run, so he knows the data more than anybody. He helped us with all the statistical analyses. So what we did was we performed 4-to-1 propensity score matching based on the 4 variables of age, nodal status, tumor size, and ER status. The 4-to-1 schema was chosen to ensure that all patients with ILC were included in our propensity match cohort and to maximize power. We first matched within each trial and then combined all the match data. And these 4 tables show our matched cohorts for each individual trial. And I'd just like to point out this right-hand column here, which shows standardized mean difference. When this is below 0.15, the cohorts are considered well-matched, and all but 2 of the variables in B30 meet this criteria. So we have an overall well-matched cohort. We looked at 3 endpoints in our study. Events are defined as all cancers, including recurrences and second primaries, as well as deaths of any cause. Recurrences are defined as any first event that was a local, regional, or distant recurrence, and deaths are all counted regardless of cause. So now on to the data. First, we looked at event rate ratios. So this is a little difficult to look at, so I'll walk you through how these graphs are made. So these show event rate ratio of ILC to IDC events on the y-axis and years since randomization on the x-axis. This gray dotted line at 1 assumes that IDC and ILC patients do about the same. The curves are 2 different statistical methods of showing the data with different smoothing. So these data are collected quarterly, and you can do various statistical analyses to create these different smooth curves. The curves that are under this gray dotted line indicate that ILC patients are doing better, while the curves above the dotted line indicate patients with IDC are doing better. So we looked at our 3 endpoints, all events, recurrences, and mortality. You can see very similar patterns. In the first 5 to 6 years from randomization, ILC patients have less events than IDC patients. They do better. However, after about 6 years, these curves cross the gray line, indicating that now it's the IDC patients that are doing better for all 3 of these endpoints. So overall, patients with ILC have lower event rates than those with IDC in the initial 5 to 6 years after diagnosis, while they have higher event rates after about 6 years. Next, we wanted to look at, does this depend on ER status? So our cohort includes a small number of ER-negative ILC patients, 123 patients. And so we looked separately at ER-positive and ER-negative patients. This was done in all patients, not in our propensity match cohort, just given the small numbers. And here we're looking at annual recurrence rates. In the black curve, this is patients with IDC, and the red curve, patients with ILC. You can see very similar patterns. In the first 6 years, patients with ILC have less events, and then the curves cross over, and patients with ILC have more events. And this holds true in the ER-negative subset as well, even though this is a small number of patients, but it seems that patients with ILC do better early, but worse late in follow-up, regardless of ER status. In the next 3 slides, I'll show you forest plots comparing patients with ILC to those patients with IDC by time interval from diagnosis. So the graph on the left shows all follow-up. In the middle, this is the early follow-up, 0 to 5 years after randomization. And on the right, we have the late events after 5 years. A hazard ratio of 1 would indicate that patients with ILC and IDC do similarly. And you can see that that's the case when we look at all follow-up, a hazard ratio very close to 1. However, when we look by time interval, we have a significant significantly lower chance of events in patients with ILC. However, after 5 years, this switches over, and now ILC patients do worse. This pattern is very similar for recurrences. Again, all follow-up, no difference. In the early follow-up, patients with ILC do better, and in late follow-up, patients with IDC do better. And very similar for overall survival, no difference. If you look at all follow-up, patients with ILC do better early, and there's a trend towards them doing worse later in follow-up. Again, deaths might be lagging behind the other endpoints, so we might need more follow-up to see a real difference here. So overall, looking at hazard ratios for all events, recurrences, and deaths favor ILC in the first 5 years of follow-up, while they favor IDC after 5 years. So in summary, in 4 large randomized clinical trials conducted by the NSABP, including a total of over 12,000 patients and 1,233 patients with ILC, accrued between 1989 and 2004, we found that there were significant differences in baseline characteristics. ILC patients tended to present at an older age, higher prevalence of ER-positive disease, higher number of involved lymph nodes, and larger tumors. After propensity matching, we found that overall there were no differences in the 3 clinical outcomes we looked at. However, when we looked at early versus late events separately, we saw that patients with ILC do better early, while they do worse compared to patients with IDC later in follow-up. We also saw more late recurrences in patients with ILC, confirming previous studies. And interestingly, we saw a similar pattern of outcomes in patients with ER-positive and ER-negative disease. So this study, analyzing data from the largest cohort of ILC patients from prospectively randomized clinical trials of adjuvant chemotherapy, long-term clinical outcomes were different between patients with ILC versus IDC, despite receiving the same modern adjuvant treatment, including an anthracycline in all patients, and about half of the patients also received a taxane. So this obviously has important clinical implications. We need to counsel our patients with ILC differently. We need to make sure that our patients understand these patterns. And we also might be able to tailor our treatments, perhaps extending adjuvant therapy, but we also need more research in this area. And multiple people have spoken about the need for better molecular predictors in this field. So where we plan to take this is the NSABP has an excellent biorepository, and the vast majority of their cases have FFP tissue from their pretreatment surgical samples. And so our goal is to be able to predict which patients with ILC will have these late distant recurrences. If we're able to identify these patients, we can then better tailor their treatment, perhaps extending endocrine therapy, using more targeted therapies, or perhaps intensifying chemotherapy. So we have requested archival tissue from the biorepository and plan to perform RNA sequencing, analyze gene expression, and we hope to construct a predictive molecular signature of late recurrence risk specific to ILC. So with that, I'd like to thank a few people. I collaborate very closely with Steffi and Adrian. They've been my mentors over the past year since I've joined the faculty here. I mentioned Neil, who's a graduate student in their lab, who's helped a lot with putting together these slides and with the whole study. From the NSABP, Dr. Geyer and Dr. Rastogi have been our clinical advisors, and then Dr. Stuart Anderson, who's done all the biostatistics on the project. And then last but not least, these little people who I can definitely thank for my cold. And this little girl who turned 1 month today.
Thank you, Dr. Foldy. I think that was very insightful, especially the difference in late recurrences in IDC, ILC, which again raises the question about, endocrine therapy sensitizes, and of course, the value of chemotherapy. I hope again you will stay later for some more questions. Now, the last speaker for the evening is Dr. Catherine Schmidt. She's PhD and PH here, Professor, Division of Hematology Oncology. She has an MS in Exercise Science from Queens College, and she did a PhD in Kinesiology at University of Minnesota, and somehow threw in an MS also on the way in there. So she has a large UO1 grant from the NCI, which is looking at how to incorporate exercise into chemotherapy in elderly women. So without further ado, Dr. Schmidt. Thank you.
And I am honored to get to recruit Dr. Foldy and Dr. Garantlo's patients into that trial. So I am between you and a beverage, and I'm aware of it. So, but I'm going to make you get up anyway. So everybody stand up, please. Hold your hands on your hips. And I'm just going to ask you to do some hip circles because you've been sitting all day. Just going to do some hip circles for a second.
Oh, yeah.
Stretch a little bit. We're going to get sexy here. There you go. Just circle the hips a little bit. And the other way. Just go the other way. I insist. I insist. Okay. All right. Now you can sit down.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Thanks for hanging out. Again, I know I'm between you and some things that are more fun than whatever I'm going to be doing. So I
Baseball game.
in a baseball game. I almost wore the baseball hat out here. I want to talk to you about exercise oncology and about why you should be moving your patients and why you as survivors should be moving. I did not invent this field this weekend in my garage. This is something that has been happening for a very long time. In fact, we can go back and look at studies from the Wistar Institute from the 1930s to show that there were rat studies showing us that animals that they exercised had tumors that grow slower. So this is a field that has really come into its own in the past several decades. First human clinical trials were done in the 1980s. We now have, if you were to peruse PubMed in order to look at how many clinical trials there are out there, you would find over 2,600 clinical trials if you search for exercise crossed cancer and said randomized controlled trials in humans. So I am very proud to have led the charge for the first American College of Sports Medicine guidelines on the topic of exercise and cancer in 2010, and then led the second roundtable as well in 2018. As a result of all of these large clinical trials that have been published, we feel we can say a few things. We feel that we are ready to make some conclusions with regard to the capacity of exercise to have positive effects on a number of patient-reported outcomes. Cancer-related fatigue is one of the most common symptoms that patients experience as they go through their treatment. Sometimes it's persistent for decades after treatment is over. And we know that exercise is the number one treatment for cancer-related fatigue. It's a little counterintuitive because you're tired. Why would you want to exercise? But it turns out that that is the number one thing that we can do. We also know that exercise can benefit sleep, quality of life, anxiety and depression, body composition, physical function, and breast cancer-related lymphedema. I'm extremely proud of the work that I have done, the seminal contributions I have made in the area of breast cancer-related lymphedema. This work is old. It's been around for a long time. But unfortunately, as we know, it takes a long time to translate the results of successful clinical trials into clinical practice. So the PAL trial showed that in women who already had lymphedema, twice weekly slowly progressive resistance training reduced the number of lymphedema-related flare-ups by half. And in women at risk for lymphedema, slowly progressive resistance training reduced the onset of lymphedema by 70%. And that was 180 degrees opposite of the clinical advice that was given to women at that time, which was not to lift anything heavier than 5 to 15 pounds ever again in your life. And I'm seeing lots of nodding. Yes, you know that that was the advice. This is the trial that reversed that advice. So I am glad to say that PAL has been disseminated as a clinical program. called Strength After Breast Cancer, or Strength ABCs, which is paid for by insurance and offered through physical therapists. And it's available in over 1,000 locations. I'm delighted to tell you, this audience in particular, that I trained 83 physical therapists from the Rehabilitation Institute, which is connected to UPMC, in order to get them ready to deliver this intervention here in Pittsburgh. So it should be available fairly broadly. If you have any difficulty finding it, find me and I'll help you get connected. So in addition to the outcomes that we have all of the beautiful clinical trial data on, there are some other outcomes that we know exercise has a positive effect on that have a great impact on the progression of the disease and on the ability to withstand treatments for cancer, a variety of cancers, not just breast cancer. One is inflammation. We have an abundance of evidence telling us that exercise is helpful for reducing overall chronic inflammation, which could contribute to infections, diarrhea, nausea, vomiting, fatigue during treatment. And so we know that exercise could be helpful for reducing these side effects. We also know that cancer can be complex in individuals with a number of other comorbidities. So if somebody comes in and they have a diagnosis of breast cancer, and they also have diabetes, and they have hypertension, and they are dyslipidemic, then we know that that individual is going to be difficult to treat, because all of the things that we're going to want to do to treat their cancer are going to interfere with the ability to treat those other chronic conditions. Well, exercise has a positive effect on all of those other conditions and can make it easier for individuals to make their way through their cancer treatment. We also know that exercise reverses frailty, and physical function does decline as a result of going through cancer treatment. And so these are 3 additional outcomes that we have great interest in exercise oncology. So just so that you know, this is not just work that is generally done in just early stage cancer patients. We did an artificial intelligence-based virtual exercise coaching program called Nurse Alexa. It was a take on our program called Nurse Amy, which we're doing here at Pitt. And this was done just in metastatic breast cancer patients. This was funded by the American Institute for Cancer Research, and we recruited 38 women with metastatic breast cancer from across the United States and provided a 3-month artificial intelligence virtual coaching intervention using the Alexa Echo Show, which is the version that has a screen. So we could teach them to do exercises and they could follow along the screen. The intervention included daily symptom checks. It included offer of self-management consistent with symptom response. And we asked them to put in their daily step count because we gave them either a Fitbit or a pedometer. And I'm delighted to say that the women in this study really stepped up. What we were able to show was that in metastatic breast cancer patients, they not only achieved the exercise goals, they exceeded them on a regular basis. And over the 90 days of the intervention, the amount of exercise that they were getting on a regular basis with just an AI-associated virtual assistant increased significantly. So not surprisingly, guidelines on this issue have proliferated because we do have a strong evidence base in exercise oncology. So the first guidelines that came out were from the American College of Sports Medicine. That's my turf, my home organization. And then the American Cancer Society and the American Society for Clinical Oncology have come out with their guidelines as well. And the American Society of Clinical Oncology guidelines state, and I quote, that medical oncologists should, they use the word should, recommend that their patients undergo an exercise program as they're going through treatment in order to deal with the common symptoms and side effects that we know that exercise can be helpful with. This is a summary of the guidelines, just to let you know, well, okay, well, what are you saying? How much exercise is enough? The American College of Sports Medicine has issued guidelines for during treatment as well as post-treatment. Not surprisingly, the amount of exercise recommended during treatment is less. It's 30 minutes, 3 times a week of moderate intensity aerobic exercise. Taking a walk 3 times a week is what we're getting at. And then twice weekly resistance training that can be something not unlike just, squats to your chair, kneeling on the floor and getting back up, some simple exercises. There are many online programs available to help patients with this. Post-exercise, the advice is 150 to 300 minutes a week of moderate to vigorous intensity aerobic exercise, because we know that there is a survival benefit specifically for breast cancer with that amount of exercise, and twice weekly resistance training in order to maintain function. The guidelines from the American Cancer Society are not as specific, and the guidelines from ASCO punted back to the ACSM with regard to what the amounts and the dose of exercise should be, but they do make the recommendation that exercise should be happening. We're not the only ones. There are a broad variety of US-based organizations that currently recommend exercise during and after cancer treatment. Gone are the days of rest, take it easy, don't push yourself. We should not be saying that to anybody anymore as they go through their cancer treatment. I'm also very proud of the work that I've done over the past 2 years as co-chair of the Standards Committee for the National Accreditation Program for Breast Centers. We have managed to alter those standards. They go into effect as of January 2024, and these new standards will require breast centers that are accredited by NAPBC to declare a plan, first for functional evaluations of women prior to their surgery, which should lead to referrals and help with any functional issues, a requirement of exercise referrals when women are under the care of a medical oncologist, and exercise referrals at the point of survivorship. So get ready. These changes are coming your way, and we need to make sure that we know how we're going to make them happen. So what I will finish you with is just telling you what we're doing to make all of this happen at Hillman. I lead an international multidisciplinary consortium called Moving Through Cancer, which has a bold goal of making exercise standard of care in the setting of oncology everywhere by 2029. And so how are we making that happen right here at Hillman? Well, first, the goals of our program is to focus on infusion patients. That's where we're starting. That's just a captive audience for right now. The program is intended to be for all patients, not just the very well. We're trying to meet patients where they are and giving appropriate recommendations given current physical and cognitive abilities. Our overarching goal was to double the background rate of referrals. There is published evidence from ASCO telling us that 15% of patients can recall being referred to an exercise program by their oncologist. So our goal was to get to 30%. That was the goal. This is what it looks like. We have a beautiful brochure that has been made called Moving Through Cancer, made with a multidisciplinary international team of experts. We then triage people to the appropriate exercise programming or rehabilitation programming, depending on findings of a triage tool, and then a very warm handoff to the appropriate programming. We start with identifying patients who are coming in for their second chemotherapy visit. And we start at the second chemotherapy visit because the first chemotherapy visit is a little overwhelming, as you might know. So we start at the second visit. We apply a triage tool that is an evidence-based, triage tool that's been taken through a full Delphi process and validation studies. The medical assistants basically hand off an iPad, and the person, clicks buttons in order to give us answers to the validated survey. And then a rehabilitation navigator speaks to the patient about the results of the survey to say, Mrs. Jones, based on the fact that you say that you're having tingling in your hands and feet and you fell twice last week, we think the most appropriate thing for you is a referral to physical therapy. Can we help you with making that referral? So this is the validated triage tool that we use. We actually are working on shortening it. We've gotten it down to 6 questions, and it looks like it has great agreement with this longer survey. And we're working on getting this embedded into the electronic medical record. So far we've been on the 2nd floor of Hillman Cancer Center. We just opened on the 3rd floor of Hillman Cancer Center last week. And you can see that because of where we are, where we're doing this, you can see we have a lot of melanoma, a lot of lung cancer, very few breast cancer patients, but notably 55% of the patients that have come through this, and there have been over 500 of them at this point, 55% of them are metastatic cancer patients. So we are meeting people where they are and applying this program according to what we see. About 20% of patients say, yeah, I'm good. And that's okay, that's fine. But 80% of patients are going through a triage tool and allowing us to talk to them about what might be useful in order for them to maintain their function and to maintain their ability to do what they want to do in their lives. There are 3 possible outcomes from our triage tool. One is that they're doing great and we refer to them to community-based programs. About 30% of the patients that we've seen so far fall into that category. 20% of patients have some impairments, a few things going on. They would benefit from some individualized exercise programming, but they do not qualify for rehabilitation services. 50% of patients do qualify for care from a physical therapist. What I'm really delighted to share with you is that we have blown right past our goal. At this point, 6 months into doing this program, 47% of triage patients are eventually connected to programming. The rest are considering their options. Exercise oncology, like any other supportive care intervention, is complicated. We need to work in order to make exercise standard of care on awareness. There's still a lot of people who think to themselves, exercise and cancer, why would we combine those 2 things? We have a lot of work to do. There was a time when people thought that they shouldn't exercise after a heart attack either. But everybody knows that exercise is excellent for the heart. Well, we need a paradigm shift in order for the general population and for medical oncologists and for nurses and for all of the staff of our cancer centers to know that exercise is useful for our patients. We need to figure out how to do referrals. We feel like we've figured that out here at Hillman. We need to define who the people are that are qualified to provide exercise programming and protocolize that programming in the same way that they did for heart disease. We need to define who's eligible for these programs, and then we need to ensure that these programs are available when and where patients need them. That is my goal. That's why I came to Hillman, to work on these issues. I'm delighted to get to work on this with an international multidisciplinary consortia of individuals listed here: medical oncologists, oncology nurses, PM&R docs, physical therapists, behavioral scientists, and a partridge in a pear tree. So I am awfully grateful to my colleagues and trainees and friends from around the world who have helped with moving this field so far forward, and of course to patient participants, and of course my current funding. Thank you very much for staying.
Dr. Schmidt, thank you so much for that lovely lecture. I think one of my old mentors used to say when people asked him about exercise, don't be a hero, don't be a zero, somewhere in the middle. I think we need to pick it up. Since we have a couple of minutes left and it's the end, maybe we can, some questions for Dr. Schmidt. Since there are no questions, I'll ask you a question, Dr. Schmidt. I always, as a provider with someone with metastatic breast cancer, bone mets, I'm always worried about what intensity of exercise to recommend. Is it okay? I'm always worried they're going to break a bone, or patients are like, so how do you address those concerns? What level of intensity is the appropriate intensity? I'm not talking about CrossFit.
Right. No. Nobody's talking about CrossFit. There are no clean and jerks involved in all of this. The issue of intensity is an interesting one, because I can answer you as an exercise physiologist, and then it's going to sound very like I really know what I'm talking about, but that doesn't really help your patient. And so what we've learned in exercise science is that the talk test actually works really, really well to help our patients to know how hard to work. And this is something that you can easily apply with your patients. And that is, if the patient cannot talk, then they're working too hard. If they can sing, then they're not working hard enough. So talk, but not sing. That's the way to go. Right. Not zero, not a hero, somewhere in the middle. Exactly. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you for what you said, but I'm wondering if, as someone who went through 16 rounds of chemo, at the infusion center, I would have loved to see the nurses having us with our infusion poles getting some steps. If that would also create more buy-in from the individuals who did not want to participate in your study, but also just not in the study, but in the long-term standard of care that we hope this will become. So is that something you guys are looking at, is how to have infusion centers?
Yeah, I'm going to say something that's going to,
for so many hours.
Yeah, I'm going to say something that's going to totally shoot me in the foot, but I just need to be honest about it. So on the second floor of Hillman, we actually have a gym. We have a small gym where Andrew Chongaway, who works for me, who runs the Moving Through Cancer program, can bring patients in order to do sessions. But 90% of the exercise sessions that he does are what we call chairside. So he's actually doing exercise at the chair right there where people are getting hooked up to their infusion. And it's changing the landscape of what we're doing because of exactly what you just said. Because by virtue of people are like, well, what is he doing? Why don't I get that? Because they see it right there, and it's becoming the norm. And this was actually something I saw in Israel about a decade ago. I saw a program called Steps for Quality of Life, and at Svar Kaba, I'm probably saying that name wrong, hospital. And there was a physical therapist who actually ran a program in the infusion center. And the way that they knew who needed to go to physical therapy was the people who couldn't do the exercise with him. Those were the people that they were sending to physical therapy. So they made it normative that there was exercise when you came for your infusion. And by virtue of exercise being normative with the infusion, then people would go home and do the exercise on their own because they knew that it was expected that they were coming back and doing it. So thank you so much for that comment.
Thank you so much. Every speaker in this session, thanks again. Thanks, Vic. Thanks very much. So 6:15, the bus leaves outside. Maybe after this talk, we should actually not watch the game, but maybe we should play a game, right? Anyway, tomorrow morning, I don't want you guys to forget. So we have round tables tomorrow morning at 7:30. We have 20 different topics. Each table has an expert of the topic and a patient advocate. And the topic could be, there are hard copies out here on the registration desk of the different topics. It's everything from metastasis research, how to get into advocacy, lobular pathology, how do I read my pathology report, and very, very exciting topics. 20 tables, 7:30 over breakfast. You don't need to sign up. Just come and join one of the tables, okay? Experts are going to be sitting on those tables. Okay, see you at the baseball game.